Hello everyone! I thought this format would be more convenient for you, so I made this compilation for you guys. I hope you enjoy it. I also added timestamps to make everything easier to follow. Anyway, I've been talking for too long already. Let's start watching the video. The Silver Dragon dungeon breathed with the scent of cold stone and torch smoke. Near the cell of the great dragon slayer, two guards stood on either side, their forms rigid and imposing. Suddenly, the dark silence of the prison was cut by a different rhythm. Crisp heels, unhurried and deliberate, making their way toward the prisoner. The guards snapped their helmets toward the sound in the same instant and straightened even more. "Her Majesty," one of them exclaimed, his voice thick with immediate recognition and profound deference. She stopped before them with an air of absolute authority. "I want to talk to him alone," she commanded, her voice cutting through the damp air. The guards didn't hesitate, saluting with their hands over their hearts in a synchronized motion. "Yes, Her Majesty." Once they had retreated into the shadows, Rossweisse, Queen of the Silver Dragons, stepped forward. She gazed down at the shackled prisoner, a cruel and mocking anticipation dancing within her eyes. "Great dragon-slaying hero," she murmured, savoring every bit of the irony. "How does it feel to become a prisoner of our dragon clan?" Leon hung in heavy chains. His breathing was heavy, but his gaze remained fierce, burning with a fire that hadn't been extinguished by his capture. "Kill me," he rasped, offering her nothing but cold defiance. Rossweisse didn't seem offended. Instead, a playful smile touched the corners of her lips as she took in his broken state. She leaned in close, her pale fingers reaching out to grip his chin and force his head up, making him look directly into her eyes. "Oh, you want me to give you a quick death?" she asked softly, her voice a dangerous purr. She studied him with mocking amusement before exclaiming, "But it's not that easy. Well, you are a handsome and resolute man. If—" She dragged a sharp fingernail across his cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. "Add a few more scars and it will be perfect," she whispered, her eyes glowing with a sadistic light. A low, guttural "ugh" escaped Leon's clenched teeth as he endured the sting. He glared up at her from beneath his messy dark hair, his exhaustion overtaken by pure venom. "Stop humiliating me. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Please act faster," he barked, his voice echoing against the stone. Rossweisse ignored his plea for an end, remaining unfazed. She spoke with a deceptive gentleness. "As powerful as you are, if you hadn't been framed by a villain, you wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. How about joining our Silver Dragon clan?" Leon looked her straight in the eye, the defiance in his gaze sharpening into a weapon. "Are you worthy?" he countered, his voice steady and challenging. The question struck a nerve, cutting through her arrogance. Rossweisse's eyes widened for a split second before narrowing into slits of pure fury. She didn't rely on words for her retort. With a sudden, violent movement, she delivered a massive, powerful strike with her tail against Leon. The force of the blow shattered the air in the cell, the impact echoing like a thunderclap against the cold stone walls. Leon collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and struggling to catch his breath amidst the thick, swirling dust. Rossweisse loomed over him, her presence filling the cramped space with cold menace. "How dare a prisoner be rude to me?" she hissed, her voice sharp with indignation. She looked down at his trembling form, her face hardening into a mask of cruel authority as she addressed him by his full name. "Leon Cosmode, do you still think you were the great hero of mankind, praised by thousands of people? Do you still dream of wiping out the Dragon Clan and leaving behind a good reputation for generations to come?" she asked, her tone mocking his fallen state. "Wake up. You're going to die here, you ignorant, despised loser.
she threw out mockingly, emphasizing every insult. She watched his reaction closely, taking pleasure in his physical weakness. Maybe you would have had the opportunity to let your descendants enjoy wealth and glory with you. She paused, a sharp, cruel intellect shining in her eyes as she delivered the final blow to his pride. An interesting hypothesis, isn't it? But unfortunately, you have no successor, so you won't have such a day. Leon's jaw tightened as he looked back at her, refusing to let her words break his spirit. "Rossweisse, don't underestimate humans," he declared. In an instant, her powerful dragon tail whipped forward, coiling tightly around his neck. Leon gasped, his hands instinctively clawing at the smooth silver scales of the tail, as his face began to redden from the lack of air. Rossweisse watched his struggle with an expression of bored contempt. "What a stubborn guy," she remarked.
The pressure on his throat intensified, forcing a strained "ugh" from his lungs. Leon's eyes began to glaze over as the tail squeezed tighter, yet he continued to struggle, his fingers digging into the scales. Despite the agony, he managed to choke out 2 words: "Her Majesty." Rossweisse tilted her head, her smile growing wider and more triumphant. She looked at him as if he were a broken toy finally yielding to her will. "What? Are you ready to beg for mercy?" she asked. "From the beginning, you made 2 mistakes," he wheezed, locking his eyes onto hers with a sudden, renewed intensity. Rossweisse's smile faltered, replaced with a look of genuine confusion. "Huh?" escaped her lips, her regal composure wavering. Leon didn't back down. His voice grew stronger even as the tail continued to constrict him. "First, you shouldn't be alone with the most powerful dragon slayer who has been trained," he trailed off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Her eyes narrowed as she realized he was far from defeated. "Second, you should never," he whispered, the final warning remaining unspoken but clearly felt as the queen's confidence began to crumble. The air in the dungeon turned heavy with ancient, forbidden power. Leon's eyes glowed with a terrifying, rhythmic light as he chanted the blood curse. Rossweisse froze, her breath hitching as the curse took effect on her. Suddenly, the suffocating grip of her tail released Leon, and he tumbled toward the floor. Rossweisse stumbled back, her boots scraping against the stone. Her face flushed a deep, unnatural crimson, and sweat began to bead on her pale skin. "It's so hot," she whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched at her throat. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to her knees as she struggled to understand the betrayal of her own senses. Her eyes, once cold and judgmental, were now clouded with a confusing, overwhelming fever. Leon watched her and spoke with a chilling calm, informing her that very soon she would live in a world of pain brought by the soul for the rest of her life. Rossweisse could no longer hold herself up. She bent forward as the side effects of the curse intensified. Her skin burned with an agonizing warmth that felt less like injury and more like a desperate, unwanted yearning. Driven by an impulse she couldn't control, she suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance between them. The Dragon Queen crashed into Leon, pinning him against the cold stone floor. Her eyes were glazed, swimming with a mixture of agony and a terrifying, misplaced arousal. Leon's eyes went wide with pure bewilderment, his mind racing to understand why his lethal curse was manifesting this way. "Is she being aroused?" he thought. Before he could speak another word, Rossweisse pressed her lips against his in a frantic, suffocating kiss. The world narrowed down to the thumping of their hearts and the overwhelming scent of the forbidden magic binding them together. An hour passed in the suffocating silence of the dungeon. Clothes lay discarded on the damp stone floor. When the curse finally began to dissipate, Rossweisse slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at the ceiling, her expression blank and shell-shocked as the reality of the last hour began to settle into her bones.
She was no longer the untouchable queen who had entered the cell. She was something broken and irrevocably changed.
Fury erupted where the fever had been. Rossweisse scrambled back, clutching a discarded cloth to her chest to cover her nakedness, her eyes burning with a mix of shame and murderous intent. "What did you do to me?" she screamed. Leon sat by the wall. He explained that the blood curse was a forbidden technique, a soul connection triggered by her tasting his blood. His voice was flat as he delivered the final blow. When he died, the curse would trap her in a cycle of endless, unbearable pain. "Nonsense," Rossweisse retorted, her face contorting as she tried to reconcile his words with the humiliating sensations she had just endured. "If the spell was meant to take effect after your death, what just happened makes no sense," she explained. Leon admitted that the sexual side effect was an accident. He had expected only the manifestation of pain. He watched her face flush again with pure, unadulterated rage. "Shut up!" she shrieked, unable to bear the reminder of her loss of control. Leon didn't stop. He reminded her of the Dragon Clan's strict rule of monogamy. After his death, the Great Silver Dragon Queen would not only be unable to find a new mate, but would be incapable of producing an offspring. He looked at her with a devastating smile, pointing out that she would have no successor to carry on her lineage. The gravity of the situation struck Rossweisse with full force. "You bastard!" Rossweisse lunged at him again. She looked ready to tear him apart, but Leon didn't even flinch. He looked at her, saying that she didn't need to kill him. He was already dying. He accepted his fate with a grim satisfaction, telling her to live with hatred and pain for the rest of her life. It was his final revenge as a human being, a curse that transformed her victory into a lifelong imprisonment of the soul. After dressing herself, the queen stood over him. Her face was a mask of cold fury and dawning despair. "You are just a human being," she muttered, her voice trembling with the realization that a mere mortal had checkmated her. He had taken his revenge in a way that left her powerless, a queen without a future, tied to a dying man by bonds that will condemn her to suffering for a long time. Or perhaps not. We will find out very soon. Leon Cosmode's legend began long before his captivity. At 5, he protected a girl from a vicious beast with nothing but his bare hands, catching the eye of a passing dragon slayer who took him as an apprentice. By 10, he entered the Imperial Academy, graduating early with record-breaking honors. By 15, he was a whirlwind on the battlefield, a hero of the Empire whose name meant hope. Leon was the one who recaptured lost territories and bore the weight of the Empire's victory on his shoulders. For these skills, Leon became known as the strongest dragon slayer and the hope of the Empire, destined to lead the state to total triumph and end the war. But something clearly didn't go as smoothly as it had begun. Leon lies in bed, slowly opening his eyes and awakening from what felt like a long, heavy slumber. 2 years of captivity have not dulled his features, but the reality of his situation begins to press down on him once more. Leon bolts upright with a sharp cry, gasping for air as the remnants of his nightmare fade. His heart hammers against his ribs, and sweat beads on his forehead. He looks around the room, confused and disoriented. This isn't a dark dungeon or a cold cell. He is in a luxurious bedroom. He clutches his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart, and whispers a desperate question to the empty air. "Where am I?" A soft creak breaks the silence as the heavy door swings open just a crack. A pair of curious, bright blue eyes peek through the gap. The intruder is a young girl, and noticing his gaze, she pushes the door further, revealing a wide, innocent smile. "Hey, you're awake," she chirps.
Leon stares at the child, his face flushing a deep red as he blurts out, "So cute!" He is completely overwhelmed by her innocence. He sits on the edge of the bed, covering his face with one hand and trying to process the surreal situation. He begins to mutter to himself, convinced he must have died and reached some form of afterlife. It must be because I have made such a great contribution to mankind that I can reach heaven, he declares, solemnly pointing a finger at the girl. And you must be the legendary angel. The girl only looks at him with a tilted head and asks innocently, "What is an angel?" Leon's expression softens as he leans toward her with a gentle smile. "Hello, little angel. What's your name?" he asks tenderly. The girl beams at him, her large blue eyes sparkling with joy, and she replies, "Mewen." Leon repeats the name, laughing heartily at how sweet it sounds. However, curiosity takes over as he looks at her more closely, noticing the unusual contrast in her hair. Mewen, what a good name! But why is this angel's hair color so strange, black and white? My mom said it means the moon, Mewen explains happily. Leon's brow furrows in confusion. Do angels have mothers too, he thinks to himself? He then introduces himself, standing up to face her properly. My name is Leon Cosmode. Mewen's eyes go wide with excitement as she claps her small hands together. I know, Leon means lion. Surprised by her knowledge, Leon asks, Who told you this? She smiles brightly and replies, That's what my mom said too.
A cold realization washes over Leon, his eyes widening in shock. The fact that the name Leon is linked to a lion was not common knowledge. It was something personal. He looks at Mewen with a mixture of dread and disbelief. No way, he whispers. Trembling slightly, he asks the pivotal question. May I ask who your mother is? Mewen does not hesitate, her smile remaining bright and proud. Rossweisse! Leon pales and points a shaking finger at himself, his voice failing him. Your mother is Rossweisse? Then I am... Mewen delivers the final world-shattering blow with a joyful shout. You are the father! The declaration strikes Leon to his core. He falls back, clutching his head as his mind fractures under the weight of the revelation. Dad? Dad? This is actually mine and Rossweisse's child? He groans, spiraling into a panic. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Mewen turns and calls out, Ah, Mom! Mewen runs to Rossweisse. Mom, Dad is awake, she announces. Yeah, I know, Rossweisse says softly. Then her gaze shifts to Leon, locking onto his panicked eyes with predatory intensity. You finally woke up, Leon, she purrs. Young Mewen looks up at her mother with wide, sparkling eyes. Mom must be very happy that Dad woke up because you came to visit him every day, she chirps. Rossweisse looks at her daughter, simply replying, Uh-huh, that's right. However, Leon is in a state of internal panic, thinking that only a ghost would believe such nonsense. Then she places a hand on Mewen's head. Mewen, go and play for a bit. I have something to say to your father, she instructs calmly. The little girl obeys immediately, raising her arms cheerfully as she skips away. Yes, she calls back, leaving the two adults alone. Left alone, Leon faces Rossweisse. Mewen, is she really my daughter? He demands, his voice tight with the weight of the question. Rossweisse meets his gaze. Oh, what else? She is our biological daughter, she replies smoothly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Leon recoils as if struck, his mind reeling. You hate me, he grits out, the memory of their enmity clashing with the reality before him. Leon backs away, his expression a mix of confusion and agony. Why did you give birth to the child? Why did you save me? He asks, the words bursting from him like a desperate plea for logic in an impossible situation. Rossweisse leans in closer. You've been asleep for 2 years. Do you think I can just let it go after what you did to me 2 years ago? Leon's anger flares, his face contorting as he shouts back in defiance. Do you think I want to do that? We are different, and we cannot coexist. If it were any other time, I would never touch you. Rossweisse's smile widens into something sharper and more dangerous. She leans right into his personal space.
"Oh, so touching me is also a torture for you?" she asks with a chilling sweetness. Leon doesn't hesitate, his eyes burning with resentment. "Of course," he barks.
The memory of that fateful encounter 2 years ago surges back, vivid and violent. A thick dragon tail lashes out, coiling tightly around Leon's leg and pinning him down to the bed. Leon looks up at her from below, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. What are you going to do?" he gasps, his voice trembling. Rossweisse shows no mercy, pressing him down with her weight, her movements fluid and unstoppable. With a sudden, forceful motion, she reaches down, and the sound of fabric tearing echoes through the room. "I want to carve my own dragon pattern on you," Rossweisse whispers. Leon's eyes widen in panic. "Stop it, Rossweisse," he pleads, but his voice is ignored. She presses her glowing finger against the bare skin of his chest, and the magic begins to burn into him. "It will become your shame, which means that from now on you will be my prisoner, and you will never be able to leave me," she continues. The dragon tattoo begins to spread across his skin, a glowing brand of ownership. Rossweisse looks down at her handiwork with a mocking smile. "When your fellow humans see the dragon tattoo on your body, what will they think? Will they think you are a great dragon-slaying hero or a traitor who surrendered to the dragon clan?" she exclaims with joy. Leon winces, his teeth bared in a grimace of pain as the magical brand sears his flesh. "Why do it to this extent?" he gasps. Rossweisse leans down. "Don't you understand, Leon?" Her eyes glint with a feverish light as she touches a finger to his lips. "I want you to live in this shame for the rest of your life and be humiliated severely by me for the rest of your life," she declares, her voice filled with a twisted, vengeful joy. As the magic takes hold, Leon's expression shifts from pure agony to a confused, flushed haze. "This feeling," he thinks. For the Silver Dragon Queen, it was a great honor to make Leon, the greatest dragon slayer in history, a slave of the Dragon Clan and her closest partner in a sense. Although incredible from a human perspective, this was her ultimate revenge on the man who had hunted her kind. Rossweisse looks down at him, her hand gripping his chin firmly, forcing him to witness his own downfall. "So, let's get started," she says, her voice a promise of further torment. The Silver Dragon Castle pierced the bright sky. Inside the sun-drenched corridors, two dragon maidservants strolled past. One whispered that the queen seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood today, and her companion leaned in with a secret. The queen's husband had finally woken up. Nearby, hidden behind a stone pillar, Leon listened with a scowl. Known to the world as the Dragon Slayer, he bristled at the mention of his supposed title. The thought that this mother dragon had publicly announced him as her husband filled him with a mixture of horror and despair. Leon's mind flashed back to the exhausting reality of his situation. He recalled how Rossweisse had forced herself upon him, her face a mask of predatory hunger and manic delight. The memory alone was enough to make Leon shudder. She had drained his strength for an entire day and night, leaving his back feeling as though it were on the verge of breaking. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Leon swore to himself that he would never remain here as her plaything. He looked toward the castle's fortified exit, where armored guards with thick, scaly tails stood watch. Peering from around a corner, Leon assessed his chances. He noted that 4 dragons were guarding the side door, making a direct escape seem impossible. But something felt off. He realized the Silver Dragon Castle was strangely quiet. Compared to his arrival 2 years ago, the number of guards had thinned out significantly.
It was an eerie silence that felt like a deliberate change, and it puzzled him deeply. As he scanned the perimeter, something caught his eye near the base of the wall, causing his breath to hitch in surprise.
There, hidden amidst the tall grass and shrubs, was a dark opening, a hole in the foundation. Leon knelt down, pushing aside the greenery to inspect it. He hesitated, wondering if this was too good to be true. Could it be a trap? He clutched his head in frustration and desperation. He didn't have the luxury of overthinking. No matter the risk, even if he had to force his way through an ambush, he had to leave. Steeling his resolve, he crawled into the narrow, dirt-caked passage, determined to regain his freedom. As Leon scrambled through the cramped tunnel, his thoughts turned bitter. He bid a silent, disdainful farewell to the perverted mother dragon, and even to his daughter, Muin. He admitted the child was cute, but he couldn't stay for her sake. Little did he know, he wasn't as stealthy as he thought. High above on a balcony, Muin herself was watching him. Her large, bright blue eyes widened with innocent excitement as she peered over the stone railing. She pointed down at the distant hole in the castle wall, calling out to her mother with a joyful shout, exclaiming how cool it was that Dad was digging a dog hole to crawl through. Rossweisse, lounging on a sunbed in a bikini, held a glass of wine and watched the scene with a lazy smile. She watched with lazy amusement, finding his struggle almost charming. Rossweisse leaned in close to her daughter, a slender finger gently touching her chin. With a terrifyingly calm expression, she corrected Muin, saying that the phrase, "fish him back," sounded too crude. Instead, there was a far more appropriate way to describe the inevitable moment she would reclaim what was hers. "Catch him back," Rossweisse whispered. Sometime later, far from the castle walls, Leon was panting, sweat beading on his forehead, but his eyes were filled with desperate hope. He pushed through the foliage, convinced that if he could just crest the mountains ahead, he would finally reach the safety of human territory. He was running toward a horizon he believed held his salvation, unaware that the eyes of the dragon were still fixed firmly on his back.
Leon stopped to catch his breath, looking back at the distant castle. He allowed himself a small smirk, thinking that after running this far, even that female dragon wouldn't be able to catch up. But his relief was shattered by a sudden booming roar. Looking up, his heart sank as a massive silver-white dragon descended from the clouds, its scales shimmering in the golden sunlight. Rossweisse had found him. Rossweisse landed with a heavy thud, transforming the forest clearing into a stage for her triumph. She taunted him, noting that Leon was quite the runner. Leon, teeth gritted in fury, cursed his luck. The dragon towered over him, and in a mocking tone, she revealed the truth. His escape had been too smooth. She confessed that she was the one who had diverted the guards and left that convenient hole in the wall just to see him try. Leon's face hardened as the reality of the trap set in. He spat back that even if he knew it was a ruse, he had no choice but to take the chance. He just hadn't expected her to catch up so fast. Rossweisse delivered a chilling blow to his hopes. She asked what he expected to happen if he returned to human territory with her mark already on his chest. Would they still see him as a dragon slayer or as something else entirely? Leon defiantly shouted that he would live as an ordinary man, which was still better than being tortured by her. "Tsk, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness," the dragon hissed. Suddenly, she lunged forward, her massive claws snatching Leon from the ground as if he were a mere doll. He let out a cry of shock, struggling against the unbreakable grip of her talons. As she beat her wings and soared high above the trees, Leon shouted in panic, demanding to know where she was taking him. With a cold, enigmatic tone, the dragon replied that since he wanted to go back so badly, she would help him.
3 hours later, the silhouette of a dragon swept across the moonlit sky near the Empire's border. Without warning, the dragon released its grip. Leon plummeted through the night air. He crashed through the canopy of a dense forest, branches snapping and leaves swirling around him as he tumbled toward the dark earth below. Leon hit a branch with a painful thud, groaning as the impact knocked the wind out of him. He lay there for a moment, clutching his head and hissing in pain, his body battered from the fall. As his vision cleared, he slowly sat up, blinking against the darkness of the woods. He began to realize that the surroundings felt different. The air smelled of wood smoke and the distant sounds of civilization. Leon gasped. Spread out in the valley below were the flickering lights of a human settlement. "Is this a human town?" he whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar, melodic voice came from behind him. "That's right, that's the human empire." Leon spun around to find Rossweisse, now back in her stunning human form. She stepped closer, crossing her arms beneath her chest. She taunted him, asking if he truly believed he could simply step back into his old life just because it was within sight. As she spoke, a strange purple glow began to emanate from the mark on her own chest, mirrored instantly by a searing heat on Leon's skin. He looked down in horror as the dragon mark on his breastbone flared with a violent light, pulsating in sync with hers. Rossweisse leaned in, her voice a sultry whisper. She explained that when two people with the dragon mark are near and one of them desires the other, the mark produces a reaction. She watched with sadistic delight as Leon began to tremble, his skin flushing hot as an uncontrollable urge washed over him. She admitted she brought him here specifically so he could understand the ultimate shame, to feel this forbidden hunger while standing so close to the home he had fought to regain. Despite the overwhelming sensation, Leon's eyes blazed with defiance. He grabbed her wrist, his voice strained as he told her he wouldn't lose faith because of this. He vowed to wait patiently for his opportunity, promising to repay every bit of humiliation she had forced upon him. Rossweisse simply blinked, her expression shifting to one of amused acceptance. "Oh, okay," she whispered, pulling him into a forceful embrace. She smiled against his ear, her voice cold and possessive. "I'll be waiting for you, dead or alive."
The cool night air enveloped a tree near the Empire's border city. In the quiet backwater beneath the canopy, Rossweisse sat with a satisfied, almost serene expression. She began to dress after spending several hours in a row riding Leon. She looked at Leon beside her, and her gaze, though soft, was full of a predator's triumph. "I am very satisfied with your performance just now," she purred, her voice carrying seductive, teasing notes. But Leon's face darkened at such words. Rossweisse leaned over him and traced a finger along his bare chest. "How about I bring you here every month to visit your hometown?" she offered, her tone dripping with mock generosity. Leon sat up abruptly. "Bah! I see you're a female dragon with your head in the clouds, thinking about how you're going to drain me," he snapped. Rossweisse didn't seem offended at all. On the contrary, it even seemed to her that she had been seen through, that her plan was indeed to drain all of Leon's strength every month in this manner. She rose to her feet, and her massive white dragon wings unfurled behind her with a powerful rustle. "Let's go. Our daughter is waiting for us at home." "Wait!" Leon shouted, causing Rossweisse to stop. Leon straightened up. "As a dragon slayer, I don't want you to catch me like prey. I can walk by myself," he declared, clenching his fists. Rossweisse looked at his back with a playful glint in her eyes. "Oh, from here to the Silver Dragon Castle, it takes at least 3 hours to fly at my speed, and it would take a human at least 10 days or half a month to walk.
she remarked casually. Leon didn't hesitate a second, casting a defiant glance over his shoulder. It's just 10 days or half a month. Don't underestimate our human endurance.
Rossweisse watched him go as she whispered to herself, I want to see how long you can hold out. Some time passed, and they were already deep within the dark, tangled thickets. The confidence Leon had shown earlier had vanished, replaced by the heavy sound of his own ragged breathing. He struggled through the dense undergrowth, clutching a branch for support as sweat poured down his face in torrents. He breathed heavily, his shoulders slumped. The vast distance and harsh terrain were already beginning to take their toll on his human endurance. Rossweisse glided effortlessly behind him, her arms crossed in a smug, knowing look on her face. "Can't walk anymore, if you ask me," she began, her voice smooth and mocking. Leon spun around, his face flushed with anger. "Not tired. Who said I was tired?" he barked. Rossweisse chuckled, a cold edge to her amusement. "Huh, the only thing that's tough is your mouth," she retorted. Leon could only glare. A frustrated "you" escaped his lips. Suddenly, they both froze. A rhythmic thumping and the crackle of torches echoed through the trees. In the distance, a line of mounted soldiers appeared. "Dragon Slayer army," Leon whispered. "Great! These guys might be able to help me get rid of this dragon," Leon thought. But as he prepared to call out, the air around him turned frigid. He felt a gaze on his back. Turning around, he saw Rossweisse. The sheer intensity of her killing intent made him choke on his words. A sudden, chilling realization hit him. No, if I call for help, Rossweisse will kill them without hesitation, Leon thought. Leon froze in place, torn between the hope of rescue and the certain slaughter of his own people.
Leon hesitates, his mind racing for a way out of this impossible situation. Just then, a high-ranking dragon slayer abruptly halts his horse, his sharp gaze locking onto Leon and Rossweisse hidden in the brush. With a gesture of authority, he calls out to his subordinates, ordering them to stop for a moment as he investigates the suspicious pair. The dragon slayer peers through the foliage and asks if they have lost their way. Leon, forced into a corner, waves a hand dismissively with a nervous, strained grin, claiming they are just out for a stroll. Deep down, panic flares. He is terrified that these unsuspecting soldiers will be slaughtered if the powerful dragon queen behind him loses her patience. The dragon slayer dismounts, warning that the forest is dangerous and offers them protection. He introduces himself as Walker, captain of the 47th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Army. Leon, sweating from the tension, throws up his hands to keep Walker at a distance, insisting they are perfectly fine. Behind him, Rossweisse's eyes remain cold, and her silence is terrifying, like a ticking clockwork mechanism. Walker decides to take a closer look at Leon, as if trying to recall a face from a distant memory, and wonders aloud if they have met before. Sensing the Dragon Slayer's growing suspicion, Rossweisse suddenly releases a flare of flame from her hand. Leon realizes with a jolt that a bloodbath is imminent when he notices she is already prepared to fight. Before she can strike, Leon moves with desperate speed, grabbing her wrist to suppress the magic and pulling her into a sudden tight embrace. He forces a smile and tells Walker that he simply has a common face and that even his wife sometimes gets confused. In a frantic whisper, he begs Rossweisse to let him handle it, promising to return with her obediently if she just lets the soldiers go.
The ruse works perfectly. Walker laughs heartily, apologizing for interrupting their romantic moment, and waves goodbye as he rejoins his unit. As the soldiers fade into the night, Leon and Rossweisse remain in the brush. The moment the soldiers are out of sight, Rossweisse's face hardens into a lethal glare. She coldly asks if Leon has hugged her enough before shoving him back with enough force to make him stumble. She stands with chilling elegance, reminding him that while they may have children together, it absolutely does not make her his wife. Leon scoffs, retorting that he never had any intention of being her husband anyway. Rossweisse turns away with an annoyed huff, ordering him to move because they still have a long journey ahead. But as Leon tries to follow, a sharp, sudden pain flares in his chest. He clutches his arm, his face contorting in agony. The pain becomes unbearable. Leon looks down at his palm. His vision blurs and his strength fails him entirely. With a soft gasp, he pitches forward, collapsing face first into the grass. Rossweisse turns back when she realizes her fragile human captive has actually fainted. She stands over his unconscious body and begins to shift into her draconic form. Despite her harsh words, she does not abandon him. Having transformed into a dragon, she tosses him onto her back, murmuring, "Fine, this time I'll consider it as you begging for mercy," and takes flight to head back home to their daughter, Nguyen.
Leon slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred by a heavy, aching grogginess. The sunlight streaming through the windows of the grand bedroom felt too bright, and a low moan escaped his lips as he tried to gather his bearings. Suddenly, Nguyen appeared from the edge of the bed, her face beaming with pure childish joy as she realized he was finally awake. "Dad, you're awake!" she chirped. Leon sat up slowly, clutching his head as the memories of the previous night remained a hazy fog. He looked around the room, his voice raspy and confused. How did I get back here?" he managed to ask. Nguyen leaned in closer, her smile widening as she shared the news. "It was Mom who brought Dad back," she explained, her tone sing-song and innocent. Leon's face darkened as a chilling image flashed in his mind. Rossweisse. The thought made his blood run cold. "Damn it, she finally caught me like prey," he muttered to himself, the weight of his situation settling in. However, his focus shifted when he noticed the white bandages neatly wrapped around his hand. He started. Before he could finish the thought, Nguyen grabbed his bandaged hand with her small ones. "I'm the one who bandaged it for Dad," she declared. Leon looked down at Nguyen, his expression softening, despite the grim warnings he had studied for years. He remembered the words of dragonologists that dragons were a ferocious race, born into violence and sustained by blood. Yet, as he looked at the little girl clinging to his arm, he saw none of that. Although Nguyen had obvious dragon traits, she treated him completely as her father, with a warmth that felt entirely human. He wondered if it was because she was a hybrid, a bridge between two warring worlds. Pushing the heavy thoughts aside, Leon reached out and gently patted her head. "Well, Nguyen is awesome," he said. Nguyen let out a delighted giggle as she closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. Leon leaned down toward Nguyen, his face turning serious. "Nguyen is so cute, but when you grow up, you must not be like your mother." The little girl looked up at him in genuine confusion. Suddenly, the heavy double doors behind them creaked open. "What's wrong with being the same as me?" a cold, commanding voice demanded. Leon froze, his face contorting into a mask of pure shock. Rossweisse stood in the doorway. Leon quickly tried to recover, though his voice wavered. "No, nothing," he stammered, looking away as Rossweisse stepped into the room.
Nguyen didn't seem to notice the tension in the room. She held up Leon's bandaged hand toward her mother, her eyes wide and seeking praise. "Mom, Nguyen has bandaged Dad's wound according to your instructions," she announced proudly. Rossweisse looked down at her daughter. These are what you should do," she replied simply, her voice devoid of any maternal softness. Nguyen didn't seem discouraged, nodding dutifully with a bright, "Yes, Mom." Leon watched the exchange from the side, his sweat-beaded brow reflecting his unease as he thought about what a strict mother she was. Hoping to diffuse the atmosphere and get Nguyen away from her mother's cold gaze, Leon gently patted the girl's head again. "Nguyen, why don't you go hide in the garden first?
I'll come out to find you when I count to 100, okay? He suggested with an encouraging smile. Muin's eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated delight. Really? Dad wants to play hide and seek with Muin? She shouted, her tiny fists clenched in excitement. Leon nodded, casting a brief, nervous glance toward Rossweisse. I'm not like your mother. Go quickly, he urged, waving her off. Muin didn't need to be told twice. She turned and bolted toward the door. Leon started counting immediately, his voice echoing in the quiet room. 1, 2, 3. Muin dashed out the door, her laughter trailing behind her as she hurried toward the garden. Oh no, Dad, don't count so fast, she squealed. Leon didn't stop. His head bowed as he continued his rhythmic count. 4, 5. However, the playful moment was abruptly cut short. Hey, I'm talking to you, Leon addressed Rossweisse.
Leon frowned, his voice laced with genuine disapproval as he looked at Rossweisse. Aren't you being too hard on this child? He challenged. Rossweisse didn't flinch. She sat down on the edge of the bed. We dragons all went through this. Only by being strict with our children from a young age can we cultivate strong warriors, she countered. Leon leaned back slightly, gesturing with his hand as he argued his point. But she's not completely a dragon, and besides, Muin is so cute. Can you bear it? Rossweisse's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice dropping to a low, uncompromising tone. She is a dragon, she stated firmly, and cute is a derogatory word for a dragon. Leon leaned closer to the dragon queen. You're pretty cute too, he remarked, his eyes locking onto hers with bold intent. The effect was instantaneous. Rossweisse's pupils dilated, a flash of genuine shock crossing her pale features. With a sudden, aggressive movement, she lunged forward and grabbed the collar of Leon's shirt. You are just a slave for me to vent my anger. Stop getting ahead of yourself, she snarled, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Leon didn't back down. Despite the grip on his collar, he maintained his defiant gaze. Rossweisse held him there for a moment, the silence between them heavy and charged with unspoken conflict. Finally, she leaned in even closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. It's good that you understand. I am the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. I have a lot of government affairs to deal with, so the task of taking care of the children is left to you. But then she cast one last lingering look over her shoulder. Her expression softened just a fraction, a cryptic glint in her eyes, as she added, That kid likes you.
Leon went out into the garden looking for Muin. He let out a weary sigh, thinking about his new job. I am the Dragon Queen, and I am very busy. It's as if we dragon slayers are responsible for taking care of children, he grumbled to himself. Suddenly, he noticed something. He paused when he saw a familiar little figure trying to hide. Muin is still too naive. Do you think you can't be found if you hide behind me? He thought amusedly. Found you! Muin! Leon shouted, pointing his finger toward her hiding spot with dramatic flair. Muin stepped out from behind the pillar, but she didn't look happy. She stared at him with a flat, silent expression that made Leon freeze in his tracks. This child, is she angry? He wondered. Leon rubbed the back of his head nervously. Muin, sorry to have kept you waiting. He began to apologize, but before he could finish, the little girl suddenly turned and bolted away. Leon's eyes went wide with shock. He reached out a hand, calling after her. Muin, what's up? Why are you running, Muin? He started to run after her, his confusion growing with every step. He reached a turn in the path and stopped, looking around frantically, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Leon stood in the middle of the stone path, completely baffled. Gone? I just saw her passing by here, he muttered, scratching his head. He sighed, looking at the empty garden. It's really hard to predict the mood of a child, he admitted to himself. No wonder Rossweisse gave me the task of taking care of the baby. Unbeknownst to him, Muin was watching him from behind a nearby bush, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, Muin wrapped her small arms tightly around him from behind. Ha ha! Muin caught Dad! The girl's cheerful voice rang out.
Leon was taken aback, looking at his joyful daughter. "Muin, didn't you just run past me?" he asked in total confusion. But the little girl only blinked innocently. "No, Dad couldn't find Muin, so Muin came out to look for Dad." "Did I just imagine it?" Leon thought, completely bewildered. "Dad, Muin has something to show you. Come quickly," Muin chirped, pulling him along. Okay, I'm coming," he agreed submissively. As they walked deeper into the garden, a girl who looked exactly like Muin continued to stand still, watching their backs. Her eyes were filled with envy and a strong desire to walk hand in hand with Leon. Leon has yet to find out who this girl is.
The garden courtyard was bathed in a soft golden light that shimmered over the rippling surface of a fountain. Little Muin sat at a low glass table, humming a cheerful tune as she focused intensely on her drawing. Leon sat nearby on his haunches, watching her with a gentle, fatherly warmth that seemed to heal the very edges of his soul. Leon's smile remained, but his thoughts drifted to Rossweisse. He clenched his fist, a sudden spark of resolve flashing in his eyes as he vowed to himself that sooner or later he would rescue Muin from the clutches of the mother dragon. His internal monologue was interrupted when Muin jumped up excitedly, holding a piece of paper high. Dad, look! Muin drew a family portrait," she chirped, her face beaming with pride. Leon leaned in, his voice full of genuine affection as he praised her, telling her she was truly worthy of being his daughter. Leon took the drawing, but his eyes widened in confusion as he looked at the colorful figures. "Muin, why are there 2 kids here?" he asked, pointing a finger at the second small figure. Muin looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes and answered simply, "It's my sister." The revelation struck Leon as the realization settled in. Muin had a sister. The thought that there was another child of his out there, hidden from him, sent his mind into a frantic whirl. Leon remembered the child he had glimpsed in the garden earlier, the one who had seemed so cold and angry. He realized now that he must have called her by the wrong name, mistaking her for Muin. Guilt and frustration gnawed at him as he clutched his head in his hands. Muin watched him, her expression soft and thoughtful. Muin thinks that sister is not angry. She is just a little shy when she saw Dad," she offered gently, trying to comfort him.
Leon understood that her reaction was natural since they hadn't interacted much, so it made sense that his second daughter was avoiding him. However, the thought that it was all the dragoness's fault for hiding the truth from him gave him no peace. He needed to demand answers from her as soon as possible. Leon immediately set off for Rossweisse's study. Rossweisse heard someone approaching her with fury. She turned her head toward the entrance just as the doors to the study burst open with a loud bang. "Rossweisse!" Leon shouted, stepping into the room with an air of defiance. But Rossweisse calmly asked him where Muin was. To this, Leon exclaimed that she had gone to play with her sister. He let out a harsh, cynical laugh. "Ha! You are really good at hiding things. When are you going to tell me that I have an older daughter?" he spat, leaning over her desk. Rossweisse looked at him. "Don't you already know this by now?" she asked in a teasing voice. Leon didn't back down. Instead, he thanked her for the hard work of giving birth to 2 children for him, his voice laced with an underlying edge. He leaned in closer, his eyes locked onto hers with burning intensity. "When I return to the Empire one day, I will definitely write your name in our family tree, Rossweisse," he declared. Rossweisse leaned back against her desk, arms crossed. "Oh, do you know why I didn't tell you about the existence of my eldest daughter?" she asked, her gaze challenging. Leon stood his ground, retorting that she was likely jealous of his closeness with Muin and deliberately kept the older twin away from him. Rossweisse's eyes narrowed, a flash of something dangerous crossing her face. "Are you so anxious to see her?" she asked. "Nonsense! Who doesn't want to see their daughter? I'm not like you, a cold and stern mother. I want to build a good relationship with her," he snapped, his voice ringing with conviction. Rossweisse didn't move.
but a shadow of a smirk reappeared on her face. She looked at him with a mix of irony and a promise of future trouble. "Fine, look out that you don't regret it," she whispered. Leon then set off to the kitchen to impress his second daughter.
Leon stood in the kitchen, a sharp blade gleaming in his hand. Moving with practiced efficiency, he began dicing carrots on a wooden board, the rhythmic thud of the knife echoing his focus. This was his tactical opening. The first step to winning over his eldest daughter was to conquer her stomach with irresistible flavors. He recalled making this specific cream stew back when he was part of a team. Everyone who tasted it praised its quality, and its gentle, sweet profile was perfectly suited for children. The stew bubbled on the stove, thick with ingredients, preparing to fulfill its role in his plan. Leon lifted a spoonful of the stew to his lips, tasting his creation. A confident smirk played on his face as he realized his culinary skills hadn't rusted one bit. The flavor was impeccable. He was already certain that his eldest daughter would be overjoyed and begin exclaiming how much she loved her father's cooking. Outside the kitchen window, two maids watched him, their hands clasped in admiration, clearly moved by the sight of their master working so diligently for his family. The maids whispered to each other in excitement, marveling at how the prince, despite just recovering from a serious illness, was personally preparing a meal for his loved ones. To them, he appeared as the perfect male dragon, a devoted family man through and through. Their chatter was cut short as they sensed a commanding presence behind them. Turning quickly, they bowed deeply in a panic, spotting the silver dragon queen approaching. She strode through the sunlit hall with regal grace, flanked by her two daughters. Rossweisse dismissed them, telling them they wouldn't be needed for dinner service tonight and should go rest. Leon stood at the head of a lavishly set dining table, welcoming the group with a warm smile. "Ah, you guys came just in time," he remarked. Muin rushed toward him with pure excitement, her voice trailing with a happy "Dad" as she inhaled the delicious scent. Leon's expression softened into one of genuine fatherly affection. He explained that since he knew they loved meat the most, he had prepared stew and steak specifically for them. Then he turned his gaze toward his eldest daughter, and his heart filled with hope, sincerely wanting her to feel the warmth of his feelings through the meal he had worked so hard on.
The atmosphere shifted instantly when the eldest daughter let out a cold, dismissive, "Huh," and turned away. Leon's jaw dropped in comedic shock at such a reaction to the dish he had made specifically for her. This was not the reaction he had spent all afternoon envisioning. Leon realized then that this female dragon had likely anticipated this exact cold shoulder. Rossweisse took charge of the situation, instructing her eldest daughter to introduce herself for their first formal meeting. The girl stepped forward with a serious and formal air, mimicking her mother's stern poise. She introduced herself clearly, Noah K. Melkve, the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Rossweisse, adding that she was 1 year and 2 months old. Leon, trying to regain his footing and maintain his good dad persona, extended a hand toward her. He introduced himself as Leon Cosmode, and with a hopeful, sweat-dropped smile, reminded her that he was her father. The silence that followed was deafening. Noah simply stared at him with wide eyes, her face a mask of indifference that offered nothing but a flat "Oh." Leon wondered to himself, did this child really hold a deep-seated grudge against him to be this cold? Sensing the awkwardness, Muin leaned in and whispered to Noah, pleading with her to talk more so she wouldn't embarrass their father. While the little one tried to play peacemaker, Noah remained unmoved, her gaze as icy as the queen's. Noah finally spoke, but her words were a heavy blow to Leon's pride. She looked at him with a mix of confusion and skepticism, asking aloud if this weak-looking person is really their father. Leon clutched his chest, reeling from the emotional impact and realizing that in his daughter's eyes, his authority was non-existent. And so, Leon's career as a father faced his first and perhaps most devastating crisis of his paternal life.
The dining hall is bathed in a warm, golden light as the family gathers around a grand wooden table. Leon sits across from Rossweisse, with their daughters Muin and Noah sitting between them. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. While family dinners are meant for connection, for Leon, this has become a moment of silent torment. He watches his daughters, noticing how Noah seems to take after her mother's sharp and commanding nature. A small voice breaks the silence as Muin asks her sister to help her cut her food. Leon decides to find out if he managed to impress his daughter with his cooking skills. Leaning forward with a gentle, forced smile, he asks Noah if she is enjoying the meal. But the reality for Leon proves to be far harsher. Noah looks at her father and flatly declares that the food is disgusting. The word hits Leon with such force it nearly kills his spirit. Rossweisse lets out a soft laugh, her eyes sparkling with cruel delight at his suffering. Muin, noticing the sudden shift in her mother's mood, looks up and asks why she seems so happy. Rossweisse leans in, her voice smooth and laced with deceptive sweetness, explaining that since their father has finally reunited with the family, seeing his happy face naturally brings her joy as well. Rossweisse turns her gaze toward Leon, her expression mockingly innocent, as she asks why he isn't smiling. Leon forces a strained, hollow laugh, sweat beading on his forehead, as he insists that of course he is happy to be with his family. Taking advantage of the moment, Muin looks up with wide, hopeful eyes and asks if her dad can have dinner with them every single day. Leon hesitates, his internal monologue screaming in protest. He desperately does not want to spend every evening facing the female dragon across the table. Before he can find a diplomatic answer, Noah interjects with a sharp, resounding no. Confused, Muin tilts her head and asks why not. Noah explains with a look of cold determination that she wants to study at the Young Dragon Department of St. Heath Academy. Rossweisse looks down at her daughter, her tone thoughtful yet questioning, noting that the academy is usually for dragons who are 4 or 5 years old, asking why Noah is so anxious to enroll so early. Noah's eyes burn with a fierce light as she provides her reason. She wants to defeat more dragon slayers. The declaration hits Leon like a thunderbolt, causing him to choke on his drink and break into a violent coughing fit.
Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Leon stares at his daughter in disbelief as the realization sinks in. The child wants to defeat him, her own father. He tries to sound reasonable, his voice trembling slightly as he warns her that dragon slayers are brave and dangerous, and that she is still far too young and might get hurt. Noah's expression hardens into a scowl. She crosses her arms defiantly over her chest, snapping at him not to treat her like a child. Leon can only stare back, his mind reeling as he mentally screams that she is, in fact, a child. Rossweisse watches the scene and speaks up, supporting Noah's ambition by stating that the sooner she learns skills, the sooner she can fight the Dragon Slayer. Then she casts a sharp, predatory look at Leon, asking if he has any reason to prevent Noah from enrolling in the school. Leon's jaw tightens. He understands that if he continues to resist, Noah will only hate him more. He decides that he can only try to change her mind through cunning. His eyes narrow as he realizes the full scale of the mental trap Rossweisse has laid for him. Leon stares down at his plate, the food forgotten. He feels cornered, realizing that this entire dinner was a calculated mental attack by the female dragon, using his own daughter against him. He realizes her cruelty knows no bounds, and he seethes with a silent inward rage, vowing that Rossweisse will pay for this humiliation later. Rossweisse, without noticing his rage, smiles brightly at Noah and declares the matter settled since father does not object. She tells Noah that the entrance test for St. Heath's Academy is in a month, and that Leon will spend the next 4 weeks helping her prepare. Noah stands tall, her fists clenched in determination, as she obediently replies, "Yes, mother."
Dinner is officially over, but Muin has overeaten her father's cooking so much that she now has a large, rounded belly. Noah pokes her sister's tummy, amazed at just how gluttonous her sister is. Leon calls out to Rossweisse, pointing toward the dining table where the dirty plates still sit. He stands firmly, gesturing toward the mess, and noting that the dishes haven't been cleaned yet. Rossweisse looks at him with a flash of annoyance as she tells him to simply let the servants handle it. She seems confused as to why he is even bringing up such a mundane task. Leon steps closer. He tells her that for a couple to clean up and wash the plates together is the correct way to end a family dinner. He challenges her, asking if she doesn't want to create a harmonious family atmosphere in front of their children, even if it's just a fake one. Beside them, Muin and Noah watch with wide, sparkling eyes, their faces filled with pure excitement and joy at the sight of their parents seemingly cooperating. Rossweisse is left momentarily speechless, caught in the very family she helped build.
Rossweisse reluctantly agreed, a short, "all right," slipping past her lips. Seeing that their parents were about to do something together, little Muin happily exclaimed that she wanted to help too. However, the level-headed Noah immediately grabbed her sister's hand and began leading her away, ignoring Muin's bewildered cries, "Wah, sister, where are we going?" Noah understood that it was best not to disturb their parents right now. Left alone with Leon by the sink, which was stacked high with dirty dishes, Rossweisse lost all patience. She demanded to know when he was finally going to start helping. Instead of picking up a sponge, Leon stood there, arms crossed over his chest, and asked with a cunning smirk if she had forgotten what he had told her 2 years ago. Leon reminds her that one should never stay alone with the strongest dragon slayer. Suddenly, the dragon pattern on her chest activates, glowing intensely. Panicked, Rossweisse screams, demanding an answer. "Leon, what are you planning?" Leon calmly explains that during their last encounter, he had been exhausted from a long journey, which was why she had been able to control him using her dragon pattern. But now things have changed. He is full of strength and ready to strike back. Rossweisse boiled over. "Don't think you can escape from here by using this trick." She attacked him with her massive scaled tail, hoping to sweep him off his feet. But Leon didn't even budge. He deftly caught her tail with his hand, declaring that he hadn't intended to run away. Rossweisse cries out from an overwhelming sexual attraction toward Leon. She falls to her knees, feeling a sudden weakness spread throughout her entire body. Leon triumphantly explained that he learned a secret from her very own dragon book. The dragon pattern makes their tails incredibly sensitive. If pinched correctly, the fearsome dragon queen becomes as helpless as a kitten being held by the scruff of its neck. Leaning close to the face of the now flushed and trembling Rossweisse, Leon said with superiority, "Rossweisse, you dragons are eager to conquer and control everything." His gaze became intense as he asked the final question, "But have you ever been conquered?" Rossweisse looked at him with wide eyes, unable to retort, completely caught in his power. Due to the dragon's mark, Rossweisse completely lost her self-control. She knelt on the floor, panting heavily as she desperately tried to suppress the intense sexual attraction she felt toward Leon. Let go of my tail!" she cried out, her voice trembling with raw humiliation. But Leon, standing right behind her, merely watched with a cold, unwavering gaze. "From the day I woke up, you trampled my dignity underfoot and treated me as a toy for entertainment," he said, his words weighted down by long simmering resentment. Broken, Rossweisse cried out in a trembling tone, "What do you think about us switching things up tonight?" Her eyes burned with a sharp, humiliated fire as she forced out a single poisonous response. "Leon, you bastard!" she screamed as he sharply tugged her tail. But Leon's punishment was momentarily paused by the conversation of the maids behind the door. One of them giggled. "I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen and her family time is over," she whispered, completely unaware of the fierce struggle happening just a few feet away. As soon as the maids entered the kitchen, a look of extreme astonishment froze on their faces.
"Oh my God, it's so clean," one exclaims. "Did the prince really do all this?" the other asks with admiration, picking up a porcelain plate and admiring its sparkling surface. However, it was not all that simple. Leon watched them from the doorway.
But Leon was not only observing the situation in the kitchen, he also held Rossweisse firmly. "Hush, be quiet, Your Majesty. You don't want to be discovered by the maids outside, do you? The queen, who is usually so arrogant and majestic, has now come to such a state, right?" he whispered in a cold and commanding voice. Rossweisse's face was flushed with shame and defiance, her teeth gritted in humiliation. Leon's gaze was sharp as he declared, "Great, let's get started, my dear wife," adding the word wife with blatant irony as he tightened his grip. Leon looks at Rossweisse, adding, "I wanted to punish you right on the kitchen table, but here will work too." Rossweisse looks back at him, her eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Unable to resist, she accepts his punishment. But 3 days have passed since that moment. Leon lies motionless in the bedroom, and his daughters are beside him. "Dad hasn't woken up for 3 days. Is he dead?" Muin asks. Noah stares intently at her father, her face solemn. "Just wait and see," she replies quietly. Leon groans in pain as Noah's small foot presses firmly into his cheek. He is just waking up, his mouth slightly agape as he mutters about how much it hurts. Above him, with a completely unperturbed expression, stands Noah. After making sure Leon is alive, Noah notes that he isn't dead yet, despite her blunt wake-up call. Leon can only wonder in his dazed state if there is anyone else in the world who treats their own father with such flagrant disregard. Muin calls out loudly, announcing to her mother that Dad is awake again. Leon sits up, looking completely disoriented as he tries to remember when exactly he fainted. Rossweisse turns her face toward Leon and asks, with a hint of a challenge, if he needs her help to recall the events. Suddenly, a flash of memory hits Leon. He realizes with a start and horror that after that night, his dragon pattern was invalidated and she had completely overpowered him. Leon looks at Rossweisse, thinking to himself how cruel this female dragon is, convinced that any ordinary person would have died several times over under her claws. Nevertheless, as he continues to observe her, his thoughts soften. He notes her beauty, acknowledging that despite her age of over 200 years, she is undeniably stunning. He sits frozen, captivated by her elegance. Muin is puzzled by his sudden stillness, while Noah, crossing her arms over her chest, huffs that their father is simply stunned by their mother's beauty. Rossweisse accidentally brushes against her hair ornament, causing it to slip. Deciding to take the initiative, Leon catches it and steps in behind her. He carefully tucks the ornament back into her hair, remarking that it suits her perfectly. Rossweisse, surprised by his sudden tenderness, turns slightly with a faint blush in her face and a skeptical glint in her eyes. She admits she didn't expect him to be so considerate, but immediately follows it up with a sharp question, asking if he has performed such gestures for other women before.
Leon crosses his arms confidently as he recounts a childhood memory. He claims that when he was a kid, he frequently combed the hair of his master's donkey and became quite skilled at it. This bizarre comparison leaves Muin blinking in confusion as she asks him what a donkey even is. Leon doesn't miss a beat. He crouches down to her level and uses his fingers to mimic ears, explaining that donkeys are similar to dragons, possessing 2 ears and a tail, but adding that they are stubborn and like to hum when they are unhappy, pointedly drawing a parallel to their mother. Rossweisse's eyes narrow into a sharp, icy glare as she overhears the comparison. Before Leon can even finish his explanation, she delivers a strike, sending him reeling with a pained cry. Following the blow, Leon sits hunched over, clutching his stomach in pain as his daughters look on. Muin asks him if he is all right, and he weakly manages to squeeze out that everything is fine, though his pained posture clearly suggests otherwise. Rossweisse informs her daughters that their task for the day is to learn how to write their names and that their father will be their teacher. Leon looks up, frustrated that she is assigning him tasks without even asking for his permission. The girls, however, are thrilled. Muin is excited at the chance to learn from her dad,
while Noah simply crosses her arms and states that she already knows how to write. Despite their differing attitudes, they run off together to the study to find colorful pens, leaving their parents alone to discuss more serious matters.
Rossweisse's tone becomes cold as she reveals that her sister is coming to visit today and strictly forbids Leon from showing himself. Leon looks at her, asking if she really won't let him meet her family. In response, she leans in close, her eyes narrowing as she dictates a fabricated identity for him. She tells him that from now on, he is Leon Cosmode, a male dragon who married into the Silver Dragon clan, who has been in a coma for 2 years due to illness and has only just woken up. She pokes him firmly in the chest, reinforcing that if they happen to meet, he must play along with this fake identity perfectly. Leon stares at her, his eyes darkening with a hidden intent as he agrees to follow her instructions. As she turns to leave the room, Leon watches her go with a defiant smirk. He thinks to himself that there is no way he will listen to her so obediently. A mischievous, determined look crosses his face as he resolves to go out of his way to embarrass Rossweisse in front of her sister.
Inside the sun-drenched study of the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon leans over a low wooden table, giving lessons to his 2 daughters. He holds a quill with focused precision, demonstrating how to write on a sheet of paper while Muin and Noah watch him intently. After finishing his work, he looks at them warmly and explains that he has written their names, Noah K. Melkfee and Muin K. Melkfee, and encourages them to imitate the script a few times. The girls look down at the papers with large, curious blue eyes. Noah holds up her paper with a skeptical frown, unimpressed by her father's calligraphy. "Not as good as what my mother wrote," she mutters, causing Leon to recoil in shock with a startled protest. Suddenly sensing a need to leave, he stands up abruptly. He claims he has forgotten to give something to their mother and insists he must go find her immediately, promising to return and check on their progress later. As he hurries out the door, Noah watches him leave with a look of pure disbelief, asking point blank if their father is actually stupid. Muin skips around her sibling, noticing a subtle change in her demeanor. "But you seem to be somewhat happy," she chirps, pointing out the faint blush on her sister's cheeks. Noah quickly denies it, hiding her face behind the paper and telling her sister to get back to writing. However, as she stares down at the name her father wrote, her intense blue eyes soften, and a genuine warm flush spreads across her face, betraying her true feelings. Meanwhile, as Leon intends to carry out his plan in another part of the castle, Rossweisse's sister has arrived at the gates. Isha heads toward the Silver Dragon Castle to meet Rossweisse as quickly as possible. A moment later, Rossweisse rushes toward her with open arms, exclaiming that she hasn't seen her for an entire year. Isha hugs her back and teases her about how rosy and fresh she has been looking lately. Rossweisse pulls away, her face turning a bright, flustered crimson as she awkwardly tries to deny the observation.
Isha's expression turns inquisitive as she mentions hearing that Rossweisse's husband has finally woken up. She asks why she hasn't been allowed to see him yet. Rossweisse looks away, making a hurried excuse about him feeling unwell and being unable to meet guests for the time being. Isha doesn't seem entirely convinced. She calls it a pity, expressing a sharp curiosity about the Dragon King who managed to kidnap her sister. Her tone carries a hint of mockery, as she notes that while dragon bondings are usually for profit and clan status, the fact that Rossweisse had a baby at the speed of light suggests their relationship must be exceptionally good. The insinuation hits its mark, causing Rossweisse to snap back defensively, her face flushed with indignation. She insists that being married and having children doesn't mean the relationship is good, declaring loudly that she isn't attracted to him now and won't be in the future. Isha merely watches her, internally noting that her sister remains just as stubborn and tough as she ever was. Rossweisse tries to change the subject, suggesting they go to the garden to walk and chat while she leads her sister away by the arm, trying to regain her composure.
Unbeknownst to the two queens, they are being watched from above. Leon has been observing them in secret. A small, mischievous smile plays on his lips as he decides to test the limits of his dragon pattern, wondering just how far his enhanced sight or magical reach can extend. He seems to be planning something, his playful demeanor returning as he watches the two powerful dragon women disappear toward the gardens.
Walking through the rose garden, Isha shares troubling news about the dragon clan's instability, specifically mentioning the suspicious activity of Constantine, the Red Flame Dragon King. Rossweisse is surprised as Constantine hasn't been seen for years, but Isha warns that his hot-tempered nature might lead him to seize the opportunity to expand his territory. Suddenly, Rossweisse's dragon pattern begins to glow and resonate with intense heat, overwhelming her with a sudden, powerful physical longing for Leon. Isha notices her sister's distress and asks what is wrong, but Rossweisse brushes it off, urging her to continue while secretly cursing the Dragon Slayer for subjecting her to such uncontrollable sensations. While Isha discusses strengthening border defenses and sending Sin Long as a contact, the dragon pattern's effect intensifies, making Rossweisse tremble and flush a deep red. Isha, worried by her sister's reddening face, asks if she is truly all right. Realizing she can no longer maintain her composure, Rossweisse claims she has urgent matters to attend to and promises to return in 20 minutes. Isha watches with keen interest as her sister bolts toward Leon with such enthusiasm. She is left there standing highly suspicious of what exactly Rossweisse will be doing for those 20 minutes given the state of her activated dragon pattern. While Leon relaxes comfortably, enjoying how he set up his spouse in front of her sister, he begins to wonder how long Rossweisse will be able to endure his interference. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a furious Rossweisse storms into the room. She grabs him by the collar, accusing him of deliberately activating the dragon pattern just to embarrass her in front of her sister. Leon, deciding to play innocent, looks at her with wide, soulful eyes and asks, "Is it wrong for me to want you?" The unexpected boldness of his words leaves Rossweisse stunned and speechless.
Rossweisse recoils in shock, her face turning a vibrant pink as she stammers in confusion. Leon watches her reaction with a hidden smirk, satisfied that his tactic of acting shameless worked to deflect her anger. Flustered, she calls him a defeated prisoner with dirty thoughts and tries to regain her dignity. Despite her attempts to act tough and threaten him for next time, she is clearly shaken by his words. Leon, amused by how a few bold words made her so helpless, starts to realize that even as he teases her, his own heart begins to beat faster when he thinks of her face. Trying to clear his head, Leon shakes off his thoughts and remembers that the children are still waiting for him to return to their lessons. Back in the study, Moon and Noah are still sitting at the table, though the atmosphere is significantly more tense. While Moon is bored and playfully chewing on her quill, Noah sits with a dark, brooding expression, clutching her pen with annoyance and wondering why their father is taking so long to come back. The heavy iron gates of the Silver Dragon Castle stood tall against the darkening sky. Issa turned back one last time as she said goodbye to her sister. Rossweisse waved with a bright smile. "Sister, be careful on the road," she called out after her. Issa's human form dissolved as she transformed into a dragon. "Please let me meet your husband next time," the dragon's deep voice resonated. Rossweisse laughed it off, waving dismissively as the great beast took flight. A streak of red light cut through the night sky as Issa, along with her guards, soared toward the full moon. But as soon as Issa's silhouette vanished, Rossweisse's playful expression evaporated. Her eyes narrowed and her face hardened into a mask of cold fury.
Rossweisse's anger boiled over as she stood alone in the moonlit courtyard, her teeth clenched. Damn dragon slayer, I still haven't taught him enough. Tonight, I will teach him a lesson, she hissed into the void. In a room nearby with his daughters, Leon was occupied. Suddenly, he let out a loud sneeze, rubbing his nose in confusion. He paused, looking up from the pages with a bewildered expression. Is that female dragon scolding me? He wondered aloud, feeling the unmistakable chill of her distant wrath.
Leon stood up quietly and moved toward the large bed where Muin and Noah lay fast asleep. A soft, fatherly smile touched his lips as he watched their peaceful breathing.
They're all asleep, he whispered to himself, reaching out to gently tuck the covers around them to ensure they stayed warm. Don't catch a cold, he murmured. Content that they were safe, he turned away and began to creep toward the door on tiptoe. As soon as Leon left his daughter's room, the sudden force of Rossweisse's strike made him freeze in place. A slender, pale hand pressed firmly against the door, and Leon looked up in shock to find Rossweisse blocking his path. Her eyes burned in a fit of rage. "Where do you want to go?" she asked in a low, dangerous voice. "Your sister is gone?" Leon stammered out. Rossweisse ignored the question, her face darkening as she bared her teeth. "Huh, we still have things to do today," she said in a threatening tone. Without another word, Rossweisse grabbed Leon by the back of his shirt and dragged him down the hallway like a naughty child. "Follow me," she commanded. They approached the massive doors of her bedroom. When Leon brought her a basin of warm water, his eyes widened with a sense of dread as he realized exactly what kind of lesson the queen had prepared for him. Leon sits before Rossweisse, holding a basin of steaming hot water in his hands. He looks at her with a mixture of confusion and annoyance, finally deciding to ask what exactly she intends to do with this basin. Rossweisse casually extends a leg toward him, pointing the toe of her white high-heeled shoe directly at his face, and clearly voices her demand. She is exhausted after a full day of walking and expects him to wash her feet. Leon can only stare at her in disbelief. A sharp "huh?" escapes his lips at the sheer audacity of the request. Rossweisse's patience wears thin as she snaps at him to stop talking nonsense and obey, framing this task as a punishment for his actions earlier that day. Leon yields, though his inner monologue burns with resentment. It is a bitter irony for a legendary dragon slayer to be reduced to a foot-washing servant for a female dragon. He reaches out, his hands steady despite his frustration, and carefully removes her elegant white shoe. As he holds her bare foot, he can't help but think bitterly about how the dragoness enjoys her status, wondering how many fallen dragon slayers she has stepped over to reach this height of arrogance. While Leon works, Rossweisse watches him, her eyes narrowing suspiciously as she notices him staring intently at her feet. A flush of embarrassment creeps onto her face, and she wonders if some disgusting habit or secret fetish is hidden behind his gaze. Suddenly, her embarrassment shifts into comedy, with a mischievous cry of, "Hey, get down here!" Leon aggressively plunges her feet into the wooden tub of water. The water was much hotter than she expected, and Rossweisse lets out a startled "Gah!" as the heat stings her skin. In a reflexive shock, she kicks out violently, her foot slamming directly into Leon's face with enough force to send him reeling backward. Rossweisse approaches him with a mix of genuine anger and a flushed face, accusing him of intentionally trying to take revenge through such a scalding service. Leon lies on the floor and looks up at her with defiance in his eyes, mockingly asking who it was that had insisted he wash her feet in the first place. Rossweisse coldly warns him that he seems to have a short memory,
implying that his insolence will not go unpunished. Without hesitation, Rossweisse brings her foot down, aiming for Leon's groin and stepping firmly there. With biting sarcasm, she asks if he ever imagined that one day he would be trampled by a dragon. Leon lets out a sharp grunt of pain, ugh, as the weight of her foot presses down on him. He writhes beneath her, his face flushing as he desperately wheezes out, "Stop!" Yet even through such humiliation, a conflicting thought flashes in his mind. He finds the sensation a strange mix of shame and, for some reason, unexpected pleasure, a realization that only intensifies his internal turmoil. Rossweisse looks down at him with a haughty humph, challenging him to see just how long he can endure her tyranny. Leon's face is pressed against the floor, his eyes squeezed shut as he blushes furiously, fighting the urge to succumb to the strange sensation. He tries to steel his resolve, telling himself he cannot give in to a female dragon. But then the power dynamic shifts in an instant. Leon's hand shoots out, gripping her leg with a firm, sudden strength. Leon's expression transforms into one of wild, mischievous intent. He declares that while he has eaten the trotters of pigs, cows, and goats, he has never sampled the trotters of a dragon. Rossweisse's eyes widen in shock and panic, her face turning crimson as she stammers out a confused, what are you doing? Before she can react, Leon pulls her leg toward him and announces that tonight's snack will be raw dragon claws. With a sudden playful spark, he bites down on her leg, giving her a gentle nom.
Rossweisse's scream was so loud that it even echoed far beyond her room. She yelled, "Leon Cosmode, I'm going to kill you!" The next day, the castle is bright and peaceful, but tension lingers in another form. Noah and Muin look at their parents in confusion. Muin asks her mother why she limps when she walks. When asked about the limp, Rossweisse only turns away, blushing, and curtly mutters, "Nothing." The confusion of the girls only intensifies when they turn to their father, Leon. He stands with his arms crossed, looking no less disheveled. When asked about the bruises on his face, he, mimicking the queen, gloomily mutters that it's nothing. Muin, having decided to analyze the situation, suddenly concludes that her parents must have been playing some fun games without her and loudly demands to participate as well, leaving Leon and Rossweisse standing in awkward, silent numbness. The sun-drenched gardens outside the Silver Dragon Castle were a masterpiece of blooming flowers and cascading water. Rossweisse walked with a graceful, measured stride, while Leon followed a step behind, remaining calm. From the shadows of a nearby window, two maids watched the pair with admiration. They whispered to each other, delighted to witness a romantic stroll between the queen and her prince. To any outsider, they looked like the perfect, lovely couple, living out a fairy tale amidst the blossoms. Despite the idyllic scene, one of the maids wondered why the queen and the prince didn't seem particularly familiar or intimate with one another, noting a strange coldness beneath the beautiful surface. Rossweisse remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Leon's expression grew more serious, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the weight of the situation. He watched her back and asked himself the question, how did it ever come to this? The memory of their earlier conversation flashed through Leon's mind. He had been incredulous, questioning why he should even bother taking a walk with her. Rossweisse had responded with her usual cold authority, reminding him that it was his duty to maintain a false appearance of family harmony for the world to see. Now, as he walked behind her, he observed her proud, upright posture. There was something undeniably different about Rossweisse today. She was being unusually proactive, and it made Leon uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was plotting something. Unbeknownst to the couple, they were being watched by their daughters. Muin and Noah peered through the foliage with mischievous grins. Muin huffed, deciding her father was far too dense since he couldn't even manage to hold her mother's hand. Determined to fix everything, she declared her intention to help them. Noah tried to stop her, reaching out a hand and begging her to leave them alone, but Muin had already dashed off,
her heels flickering over the grass as she rushed toward the adults.
Muin burst into the open, shouting for her mom and dad with joyful abandon. Leon turned around in surprise, wondering where his daughter had come from. Without hesitation, Muin grabbed Leon's hand and Rossweisse's, pulling them together with all her strength. She looked up at them with a look of pure, stubborn logic, insisting that when people take a walk, they absolutely must hold hands. Having accomplished her mission, Muin skipped away, announcing she was going back to play with her sister. Leon watched her go, sweating slightly as he wondered where a child even learns such things. Meanwhile, behind the tree, Noah was already pulling Muin's cheeks, scolding her for the interference, as Muin wailed in protest. Left alone and still joined at the hand, Leon and Rossweisse stood in a thick, awkward silence. Leon's face flushed a deep red, his heart racing as he struggled to find his composure. Rossweisse looked away, a faint blush dusting her own cheeks, and quietly suggested they just keep holding hands for now. As they walked, Leon admitted that her sudden docility was making him uncomfortable. Rossweisse smirked, her confidence returning, as she teased him, suggesting that she had finally tamed him and that he simply wasn't used to her being kind. Leon looked at her from the corner of his eye, realizing that while she always maintained the image of a cold queen, she seemed genuinely shaken by something as simple as holding hands. He began to wonder if her strict persona was just a shield for someone who didn't know how to be close to others. Changing the subject, he pointed out that the children always called her mother in her presence, which seemed unnecessarily formal. Rossweisse tilted her head, genuinely puzzled, and asked if there was truly a big difference between mother and mom. Leon suggested that she should try to get the children to call her mom instead, promising that it would make them feel much closer to her than they were now. The suggestion hit Rossweisse like a physical shock. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracting, as the weight of the words settled in her mind. It was a simple suggestion, but it carried an emotional depth that clearly rattled her to her core. Rossweisse abruptly turned away, her pace quickening, as she led Leon toward a different part of the castle. She muttered that she would try it next time, her voice betraying a hint of flustered energy. Leon struggled to keep up with her sudden burst of speed, asking why she was suddenly walking so fast. They arrived before the massive doors of the castle warehouse. The sheer scale of the entrance made Leon pause in awe. When he asked what this place was, Rossweisse looked at him with a soft, almost vulnerable expression. She admitted that she hadn't even given the place a name yet, leading him toward a discovery that promised to ease his lingering homesickness.
As Rossweisse unlocked the heavy doors, a cloud of dust billowed out. Leon stepped inside and froze, struck by the scale of the room and the volume of items stored within. He whispered in disbelief, "Is this the dragon's treasure trove?" Leon's gaze fell upon one of the items, and he estimated that in the Empire it could be sold for at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Rossweisse explained that in addition to the spoils, there were things there that were personally meaningful to her. She pointed to a bracelet that her grandmother had given her when she was a child. Leon was surprised, as he hadn't heard her talk much about her other family members besides her sister. Rossweisse admitted that she had never seen her father or mother. She and her sister were raised by their grandmother. Leon replied that his background was similar in some ways. He grew up in an orphanage and didn't know his parents either until he was adopted by his master and his wife. After that, he asked directly, "So why exactly did you bring me here to show me?" Rossweisse led him to a large chest, saying she had something that could temporarily make him forget his troubles. Leon watched with undisguised curiosity as she opened the lid. Leon froze in shock when he saw his Dragon Slayer armor inside. He couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, "The black gold armor?" Looking at Rossweisse, he asked hopefully if he was dreaming and if she was really going to give it back to him. Rossweisse only confirmed that she knew how much he had always wanted to get this armor back. Leon reached out for the armor, exclaiming bitterly,
Black gold armor, my good brother, how come you have fallen too? But as soon as his hand approached, a magical pattern suddenly flared up on the armor, the enchanted dragon mark. Rossweisse, whose gaze became cold and triumphant, gave a satisfied smirk. She said deviously, "You finally fell into the trap, Leon."
The air in the hall was thick with tension and the hum of residual magic. Leon stood tall, but his voice was tight with betrayal as he demanded to know what Rossweisse had done. Across from him, Rossweisse stood with a pulsing dragon mark on her chest. She explained her trap. She had attached a dragon pattern to his armor, an enhancement that would activate the very moment he touched it. Leon's hand flew to his chest, his face contorting with rising passion as the magic took hold. "Despicable dragon female, I was careless," he spat through gritted teeth. Rossweisse leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with delight. She whispered that the enhanced dragon pattern had already doubled its effect, savoring the way her victim struggled under the mounting sexual attraction toward her. Her hand reached out, fingers tilting Leon's chin upward to force him to look at her. "Ah, my dear dragon slayer, can you bear it?" she crooned, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. Leon's breath hitched as he stared at her through the haze of growing desire. He tried to speak her name, the syllables Ross, Way, Say, breaking apart as he fought with all his might not to give in and show weakness before her. The force of the spell finally overcame him, and Leon collapsed backward onto the ground. He lay paralyzed, his body refusing to obey his commands, yet his face burned with a deep, involuntary flush. Inside, he cursed his helplessness, feeling a strange, overwhelming urge surging through him that was far more terrifying than physical pain. Rossweisse didn't stop there. She loomed over him, reminding him of his past conquest over her. "I didn't expect you to be fooled so easily," she teased, watching his humiliated expression with dark satisfaction. Rossweisse's gaze was predatory as she looked down at the hero. She asked him if her acting skills had been convincing enough to lead him into this trap. Leon demanded to know if everything she had told him, the stories about her parents, the moments with Muin, had been a lie. For a moment, her expression softened into something almost sincere. She told him that those parts were true. "But it doesn't affect what I'm going to do to you now, Leon," she whispered, her face close to his.
Rossweisse began to undress before him. Her voice became a haunting melody, asking if he remembered what he had said about liking to conquer. With a light, cruel laugh, she turned those words back on him, declaring that she too enjoyed the thrill of conquest. She leaned down to seal his fate with a kiss, her eyes half closed in anticipation. Leon could only let out a final muffled groan of protest before his torture began. While Rossweisse fiercely rode Leon, some time passed. The heavy atmosphere settled into a weary stillness. Leon lay on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling, fat tears of exhaustion or humiliation tracking down his cheeks. "Finally, it's over," he thought. Beside him lay a naked Rossweisse, looking surprisingly satisfied. Leon's eyes darted toward her as she reached out once more, her hand moving toward his face. Rossweisse cupped his cheek and noted that while the scars from 2 years ago had faded, he now looked more haggard, carrying the flavor of a mature man shaped by the vicissitudes of life. Despite the intimacy of the gesture, Leon's reaction was one of sharp rejection. Suddenly pulling away, he recoiled and crossed his arms, grumbling that he wouldn't fall for her tricks again. Rossweisse just watched him with a smirk, unbothered by his petty rebellion. Rossweisse stood up and began to get dressed. She admitted that he had become smarter, but her tone remained mocking. She turned her head slightly,
her gaze sliding over his weary body. "But your health is not what it used to be. This time you deflated much faster. I didn't even have time to enjoy it," she remarked. The realization of his state hit Leon hard. He stared wide-eyed into the distance, the echoes of her words ringing in his mind. The phrase, "not as good as before," repeated like a cruel mantra, growing louder and more distorted with each repetition in his head. Leon seemed completely broken as the reality of his situation finally set in. At last, he could no longer contain it and let out a desperate, echoing scream. "Ah!"
The next day arrived following a heavy humiliation. Hearing a knock on his room, Leon opened the door slightly and peered out, his eyes tired and rimmed with dark circles after yesterday's ordeal. "Coming," he muttered in a completely lifeless voice. When he fully opened the door, Rossweisse stood before his eyes, along with his daughter, Noah. "Morning," Rossweisse chirped. Rossweisse leaned in slightly. "It seems you didn't sleep well last night," she said in a teasing tone. Leon's face immediately twisted into a furious grimace. "It's all because of what you said," he barked back, unable to contain his irritation. Rossweisse simply closed her eyes and tilted her head, trying to act as if she had nothing to do with it. "Really, I don't remember," she replied airily. Standing nearby, Noah looked up from her book, watching their bickering. "It starts again," she thought to herself, clearly accustomed to their constant verbal sparring. Rossweisse's expression turned more serious. She placed her hand on Noah's shoulder and looked at Leon. "The entrance exam to St. Heath Academy is very strict. You should start tutoring Noah on dragon knowledge today," she said, asking for help with their daughter. She stepped even closer, her presence imposing, and added, "After all, you can only demonstrate your value in other areas for the time being." Leon's face flushed with indignation as the implication hit him. He clenched his fist. "Damn it! Yesterday I was just not in a good state," he barked back at her. He felt humiliated, driven by a desperate need to prove himself after yesterday's failure. Fueled by a sudden surge of determination, Leon pointed a finger directly at Rossweisse, his eyes burning with resolve. "I will make Noah pass the test, but at the same time, I want to use this opportunity to exchange something of equal value from you," he declared loudly. Rossweisse looked at him. She didn't seem threatened. If anything, she looked intrigued by his spirit. "It's okay to agree to your request, but your request cannot be too excessive," she replied smoothly. Leon narrowed his eyes. His voice dropped to a low, serious tone. "A promise is a promise," he stated, locking eyes with her to seal the deal.
Leaving Leon with their daughter, she couldn't help but throw one last phrase intended to finish him off. "Study hard, then, Noah. And dear, don't overexert yourself. I don't want you to run out of breath so quickly again," she sang out.
Hearing those words, Leon could only rasp, "Female dragon, you're done." Once she departed, Noah looked up at him with a puzzled expression. "Why did you quarrel with Mom?" she asked innocently. Leon crossed his arms, trying to regain his composure. "No, just daily communication. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock as the meaning of her words hit him. "Wait a minute, what did you call her?" Leon asked her in surprise. Noah looked at him with her innocent blue eyes as she repeated, "Mom." Leon leaned down toward her. "Did she ask you to change the name to that? Did you prefer the old name or the current one?" he demanded, trying to see even a shadow of coercion on her face. Noah didn't hesitate for a second. "Current," she cut him off. Leon's reaction changed instantly. He burst into a bright, triumphant laugh, closing his eyes in genuine delight. "Ha! I told you guys you'd love it!" he exclaimed. Noah stared at Leon in a silent, impassive stillness, her large eyes blinking as she watched his sudden emotional outburst. Trying to hide her embarrassment, she decided to change the subject, asking her father, "When can we start studying?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned around and began walking away. Taken aback by her abrupt departure, Leon stumbled and rushed after her. "Hey, Noah! Wait for me!" he shouted, hurrying to catch up with the little girl who was already confidently leading him to the study area.
In the quiet of the Silver Dragon Castle's study room, Leon sits amidst stacks of books and scrolls, his expression weary and strained. The peaceful atmosphere is suddenly interrupted when the door opens and Rossweisse enters the room. She questions why he hasn't gone to sleep yet. Leon explains his dedication to his task, noting that their daughter, Noah, possesses high learning abilities that require more than simple instructions. He plans to systematize complex knowledge and prepare exam questions to ensure she passes her upcoming test within a month, showing a rare moment of professional pride. Upon hearing his confident words, Rossweisse smirks and dismisses his boasting, declaring that Noah's brilliance is inevitable because the child takes after her, not because of his tutoring skills. Leon doesn't back down, a competitive smirk forming on his face as he looks up at her. He reminds the queen that he was a dragon-slaying genius, a top student who graduated first in both written and practical exams with full scholarships. He stands up from his desk, resting a hand on his chest with a look of smug satisfaction, feeling he has the upper hand in this intellectual debate. Then he turns the tables on her, asking Rossweisse what kind of academic champion she was in her youth. This question catches Rossweisse off guard, and her usual composure falters. She stammers, unable to produce an equally impressive list of accolades. Internalizing her surprise, Rossweisse thinks to herself that she always viewed him as a reckless man who only knew how to kill, not a top-tier scholar. However, she quickly recovers her haughty demeanor and scoffs, pointing out that despite all his power and intellect, he still ended up as her prisoner. This remark hits a nerve for Leon, who admits that he only lost that one single time. Rossweisse continues to tease him, suggesting that his real fear isn't losing a fight, but rather the prospect of being ridden by a dragon.
Rossweisse's eyes drift to the table, where she notices a small white plate filled with bright yellow chili peppers. Confused, she asks what he plans to do with them. Leon, looking exhausted but determined to finish his work, picks one up with a confident smile. He explains that he took them from the kitchen to help himself refresh and stay awake through the night. Rossweisse warns him that these are special dragon's yellow peppers, and that as a mere human, his body likely won't be able to handle the extreme heat. Before she can stop him, Leon pops the pepper into his mouth and bites down. The reaction is instantaneous. Leon's face turns bright red, his eyes bulge, and he clutches his throat as the heat becomes unbearable. He lets out a strangled scream of agony, realizing his mistake too late. He begins to panic, desperately searching the room for water and finding none. He dashes around in a frantic frenzy, knocking over vases and books, while Rossweisse watches him. Seeing his genuine distress, Rossweisse steps in. She reaches out and places her hands firmly against Leon's flushing cheeks, surprising him into stillness. Her touch is sudden, and the contact causes Leon's eyes to go wide as he stares at her in shock. Rossweisse herself looks a bit flustered, her own face dusting with a light pink blush as she looks away. She explains in a quiet, slightly embarrassed voice that her hands are naturally cool, and that holding them there will help him feel more comfortable and soothe the burning sensation from the pepper. Leon closes his eyes and leans into the touch, finding immense relief. He notes to himself that Rossweisse's fingertips are icy cold, and the places where she touches him feel incredibly comfortable. It isn't a sharp, biting cold like ice, but a gentle, soothing coolness that flows through his overheated skin. After a few moments, the intense burning fades, and he softly tells her that he is okay now. They break the contact, and when both take a step back, the intimate moment leaves a lingering tension in the air.
Both stand in silence, deeply embarrassed by the sudden closeness. Rossweisse turns to leave. She commands him to go to bed early and warns him not to eat too much chili again, teasingly adding that if his mouth gets too spicy, he'll have to teach Noah in sign language. Leon, still blushing furiously, can only stammer a quick "got it" in response. Leon admits to himself that despite the pain of the pepper, he actually wanted her to keep touching his face for just a little longer. Left alone, Leon shudders as he recalls Rossweisse's recent teasing about him being her prisoner. He tries to shake off the thoughts, telling himself to wake up and remember that she is the evil dragon who tricked him and exhausted his physical strength. He tries to convince himself that even thinking about the recent physical contact is perverted. However, his focus quickly returns to his own state. He realizes he needs to find a way to make his body recover quickly from the strain. Before going to sleep, he tries to find a solution to his problem, skimming through entries about red dragon fruit for ki regulation and lotus grass for digestion and injuries, searching for a specific remedy that remains just out of reach.
Leon flips the page and finds an interesting entry about the Dragon Mo tonic. He reads that this remedy uses powerful components to restore chi and vitalize the body's functions. With a triumphant sigh, he declares that this is exactly what he has been looking for. A day passes after his research, and from early morning, Leon begins to study with his daughter Noah, helping her prepare for her entrance exams. Noah sits small and tense on her side of the desk, looking up at Leon with a worried expression. She asks, "Did I get 50 points on the test?" He checks her test, after which Leon beams a proud smile and flips the paper around, showing a very different number, 62 points. He proudly declares that she actually scored 62, much higher than he had expected. Noah looks at the paper, but her face doesn't relax. Instead, she pouts resentfully and clenches her little fists. The praise surprisingly doesn't comfort her at all. Leon immediately notices Noah's silent, crushing disappointment and looks at her with concern. He wonders if she is truly dissatisfied with the result, realizing to himself that the child has incredibly high standards. He empathizes with her. At her age, she should be playing, yet she chose to study so hard on her own initiative. To comfort her, Leon smiles gently and reaches across the desk, patting her on the head. He tells her that getting 62 points on her first try is truly impressive. The gesture hits the mark. Noah stops pouting and tries to hide her simultaneous joy and embarrassment at her father patting her head.
The tension lifts from Noah's features. She gives Leon a small nod and softly says, "Thanks." Leon smiles and pats her head once more, saying they should focus on studying her mistakes next. However, before he can continue, a violent fit of coughing seizes his throat, forcing him to cover his mouth. Leon manages to regain control, but he looks unwell. An internal thought reveals the truth. To cheer himself up after the previous night's embarrassment, he had eaten even more of those spicy peppers, and now his throat is a total mess. Noah, looking at her father, recalled her mother's words that although this bastard father seems unreliable, he is still a top student. Her mother had also predicted that his throat would be in bad shape after the peppers. Noah fumbles in her pocket and, still looking away shyly, reaches out and presents a gift to Leon. She simply says, "This is for you." Leon's eyes widen in surprise as he accepts the gift from his daughter. Leon holds the gift, looking absolutely stunned. Noah, blushing and not looking at him, clarifies that it was Mom who told her to give him the medicine. Leon smiles warmly and asks her to tell her mom thank you for him. He opens the gift and realizes his daughter is a carbon copy of her mother, just as prickly on the outside, but kind within. And now a cheerful Leon asks if they can continue the lesson, and Noah joyfully shouts, "Yes!" The bond between this strange father and daughter has grown just a little stronger.
The kitchen of the Silver Dragon Castle was alive with the soft sounds of preparation. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the workspace. Two maids entered the room and approached Leon, announcing that all the herbs he had requested were there. Leon thanked them calmly, instructing them to set everything down on the table. Once they finished,
A secret thought crossed his mind. He had intentionally asked for extra, irrelevant herbs so that no one would be able to guess his true intentions. Leon began to inspect the materials. He looked down at the table with a thoughtful, slightly somber expression. The ingredients for a concoction called Dragon Great Force were common enough, and the refining process seemed straightforward. But a nagging question remained. He wondered why the records claimed that even the most skilled pharmacists of the Dragon Clan had a low success rate when making it. Moving with practiced efficiency, he began the first step, grinding the mixed herbs in a heavy stone mortar. Once the mixture was ready, he carefully poured the contents into a boiling pot, watching as the dark liquid began to simmer over the heat. Hours passed in the quiet kitchen. Leon leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms behind his head in a gesture of weary frustration. He had failed again. Despite following the instructions perfectly several times, the process always fell apart at the final stage of purification and separation. He realized the problem lay in the temperature. The methods described in the book were too imprecise. High heat would inactivate the drug, while a temperature too low would fail to quench the impurities and produce a pure result. He continued to swirl the flask, his expression hardening into one of intense concentration. Shaking it manually was exhausting and simply didn't provide the precision needed for a perfect separation. Without professional instruments, it felt impossible. He remembered his master's advice: if one way doesn't work, look for another. He stared out the window, looking for any other effective way to separate the medicinal residue. Outside, the sky had darkened with heavy gray clouds, and a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a sign that a storm was fast approaching.
Leon watched the lightning dance across the sky, whispering the words, "lightning," "thunder" to himself as an idea began to take root. His eyes widened as a memory surfaced, a lesson from an alchemy class where the teacher mentioned that electrolysis of impurities sometimes yielded a higher success rate than roasting with fire. He wondered if he could use the thunder element, a method not mentioned in his current text. Standing at his workbench, he felt a spark of hope. He acknowledged that while he was best at lightning magic, he had only recovered a small fraction of his power, but he hoped it would be enough. Harnessing his remaining magic, he focused his energy on the flask. Crackling blue bolts of electricity erupted from his hands. He focused on the subtle manipulation of the energy, guiding the current through the purple liquid. Half an hour later, the glow faded, and he held up a small, dark, perfectly formed pill. A triumphant smile broke across his face as he proclaimed it a success. Looking at the finished medicine, he mused that the Dragon Clan's secret formulas weren't so difficult to master after all. Suddenly, little Muin peeked over the edge of the table, excitedly asking her father what he was making. He looked down at her with a gentle, playful expression, calling it good stuff. The girl's eyes widened with curiosity and wonder as she watched him work. However, as soon as Leon realized the full situation, he cried out in shock. He realized that his daughter had been there for a long time, and he hadn't even noticed her. Panicked, he quickly hid the medicine behind his back, shouting "nothing" to cover his tracks. The girl, however, was not easily fooled, leaning in close and asking if there was candy in his hand. He quickly recovered his composure, putting on a friendly smile as he lied, telling her it was medicine he had made for her mother. Muin's face instantly fell into an expression of worry, and she asked if her mother was sick. He patted her head gently, reassuring her that her mother had just been too busy lately and needed some nourishment. Leon did not want to reveal the truth, that he had made the medicine to secretly restore his powers. Muin pointed a finger up with a determined look and told Leon that he must take good care of her mom. He laughed softly, agreeing that taking care of her is exactly what a dad should do. However, Leon thought to himself that he would truly take care of her once his powers were fully recovered and take revenge for what she had done to him. While the storm raged outside, Leon returned to his room.
Leon lay back on the soft white sheets of his bed, his thoughts wandering as he stared at the medicine he had created. He contemplated the Dragon Great Force, wondering idly if the nutritional supplements unique to the Dragon Clan might have some unforeseen negative side effects on the human body within his new concoction. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, he decided to set the matter aside for the moment. Suddenly, his muscles tensed, and he sat up slightly, alerted by a rhythmic sound coming from the entrance. The heavy double doors creaked open, and Leon's eyes widened in surprise as a familiar figure appeared at the threshold. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Leon asked, a mix of confusion and wariness in his voice as he watched Rossweisse approach. Rossweisse looked at him, explaining that she had heard from Muin about a medicine he had crafted, something resembling a chocolate candy, intended for her body's recovery. Leon's expression shifted to one of guilty realization. He had not expected news of his secret concoction to reach her so quickly, inwardly lamenting that his little cotton-padded jacket, his informant, had leaked the secret so fast. Rossweisse stepped further into the room and told him not to be nervous, claiming she wasn't there to interrogate him, but was merely impressed that he could refine medicine in such a simple environment. She leaned in closer, her gaze curious, as she asked to see what he had created. Leon sighed, knowing he couldn't really refuse her. "Even if I said no, you would still use violence to take it away," he muttered. Resigned, he reached for the medicine he had crafted. Rossweisse took the medicine and looked at the creation. She praised Leon, noting how amazing it was that he could refine such perfect dragon great force under these conditions. Leon looked at him stunned. He had expected mockery or suspicion, not a sincere compliment. He wondered to himself why she wasn't laughing at him, especially given their history. However, her expression quickly turned stern again as she looked him dead in the eye, declaring that while he could keep the medicine, he was strictly forbidden from taking it right now.
Huh? Why? Leon asked, caught off guard by her sudden demand. Rossweisse didn't hesitate, her gaze piercing as she explained that as a tonic meant specifically for the dragon race, the medicine was far too potent for a human body to handle. Leon looked back at her, his brow furrowed in skepticism, questioning if the pill could truly be that powerful. Rossweisse leaned in closer, giving him a final cold reminder. As a mere human being, he simply did not possess the constitution to withstand the sheer intensity of its power. Leon's pride flared at her words. He stood his ground, retorting that even without the natural power of a dragon, he had defeated countless dragon kings in the past. "Why can't I withstand a small pill?" he challenged. He warned Rossweisse not to underestimate him. In a sudden, reckless movement, he tossed the small dark pill into his mouth and swallowed it before she could stop him. A sharp, guttural "ugh" escaped his lips almost immediately as the medicine hit his system. Clenching his fist over his chest, he spoke through the pain. He collapsed forward onto the bed, his strength vanishing, as he let out a strangled groan of agony. Rossweisse lunged toward him, her calm mask shattered as she called him an asshole, shouting that she had hardly ever needed to use healing magic before this. She hovered over him, panic etched into her features, frantically telling him to hold on. She pressed her glowing hand against his back, a magical circle manifesting as she desperately tried to break down the overwhelming effects of the pill before they tore him apart. But Leon didn't give up. Despite the torment, a fierce, determined light flared in his eyes once more. He looked up at her, teeth gritted against the agony, and commanded the Silver Dragon Queen to watch closely. Arcs of blue lightning began to crackle around his frame, radiating outward with explosive force. "This is the courage and determination of mankind," he growled, the sheer willpower of his spirit beginning to subjugate the dragon's power through an incredible toughness of character.
The air in Leon's room crackled with a sudden, violent energy as he collapsed to his knees. He let out a gut-wrenching scream of agony, desperately wielding his own magic to suppress the overwhelming effects of the drug coursing through his veins. Rossweisse watched in stunned silence, her hand pressed to her chest as she witnessed this brutal act of self-inflicted pain. She couldn't grasp the logic behind it, her mind reeling with the realization that he was using lightning magic directly on his own body.
a reckless, insane gamble that defied all common sense. The storm of magic subsided as quickly as it had begun, leaving Leon slumped forward, gasping for breath with a faint groan. Panic flared in Rossweisse's eyes as she lunged toward him, her movements sharp with desperation. She caught him as he fell, her hands grasping his shoulders to steady him on the bed, but he was already drifting away, his eyes closing as consciousness slipped through his fingers. Looking down at his pale, sweating face, she felt a chill of disbelief. He had truly pushed himself to the brink, acting with the reckless abandon of a madman. Determined to save him, Rossweisse pulled away. She turned to find help and told him to wait, promising to fetch the court physician immediately. But as she began to step away, a sudden, firm movement stopped her in her tracks. Leon's hand shot out, and he clamped his grip onto her dragon tail with surprising strength. Her eyes snapped wide, a sharp gasp escaping her as she looked back, stunned by the sudden movement. Her expression shifted violently as Rossweisse looked down at Leon. She began to ask, "How do you even dare?" But before she could finish, Leon started to caress her dragon tail. He looked at her and asked, "Wifey, where are you going?" Rossweisse's face flushed a deep, indignant crimson. She stared at him, her pupils trembling with confusion and embarrassment, utterly unable to process the absurdity of his words. Her voice shook as she demanded to know exactly who he thought his wife was. Leon continued to cuddle and squeeze her tail as if it were a favorite plush toy. He pressed himself against the scales, repeating the word wife over and over with a joyful, stubborn persistence, completely ignoring her frantic demands to let go. Once the initial shock passed, Rossweisse began to analyze the situation with cold logic, realizing that the Dragon Great Force medicine was supposed to only strengthen his body. She wondered if the lightning magic had somehow altered the potion's effect, triggering this strange, infantile state, though she noted with relief that his life did not seem to be in immediate danger. Leon's grip remained firm as he continued to call for his wife, his voice sounding muffled against the tail he hugged so tightly. Seeing that he had regained some modicum of clarity, Rossweisse leaned in, her irritation giving way to wary curiosity as she asked him what was wrong. Leon looked up at her, and for a fleeting second, his eyes seemed to clear as he voiced a request that left her utterly stunned. With a bright, hopeful smile, he told her he wanted a second child, causing Rossweisse's entire world to reel as a massive "huh?" escaped her in a scream of pure, unadulterated shock. Leon lunges forward with sudden, desperate energy, wrapping his arms around her dragon tail as he begs her to give him a second child. Rossweisse reminds him that he hasn't even properly cared for the two they already have. She looks down at him with a mix of exasperation and a deep blush. Realizing that it would be easier to play along with his irrational demands for now to avoid further chaotic complications, she gives in. With a sigh of weary resignation, she tells him that they will have not just a second child, but a third and a fourth as well. Leon, however, insists that he is ready to conceive the second child with her immediately after returning to his hometown once everything settles down. Rossweisse readily agrees to this request as well. Leon erupts in a joyful shout, his face flushed red as he celebrates his victory. Rossweisse watches him, her expression darkening with genuine annoyance as she mutters about how he is being even more irritating than usual. Undeterred, Leon leans in close, puckering his lips for a kiss while praising her for being so kind. Rossweisse's eyes widen in shock at his boldness, and she quickly moves to block him, shoving his face away with both hands. She snaps at him to stop taking advantage of the situation, her mind racing as she wonders when the effects of the medicine will finally wear off. Losing her patience, Rossweisse delivers a sharp punch that sends Leon reeling back onto the bed with a pained groan. She stands over him, huffing with frustration, admitting to herself that she simply couldn't help but beat him up after his relentless pestering. However, as Leon lies slumped and motionless on the sheets, her irritation quickly shifts to concern. She leans over him, her anger vanishing as quickly as it had flared up, while she checks to see if he is actually all right. Leon clutches his chest due to the pain, rasping that he feels unwell. Rossweisse's eyes widen in sudden alarm as she notices a change in the air. A dragon mark begins to pulse upon her own chest. She realizes with horror that the dragon pattern has activated at the worst possible moment. She pushes Leon back and sees that his dragon mark has also been activated, glowing with a dangerous intensity against his skin.
The dynamic shifts instantly as Leon pins Rossweisse down onto the bed by force. She stares up at him in disbelief, calling him a bastard and demanding to know what he is doing. Leon's eyes are clouded, his face flushed deep red as he breathes heavily, complaining of an unbearable heat throughout his body and a restless itching in his chest. Rossweisse feels the tension reach its peak. She realizes that the dragon pattern, now mixed with the volatile element of lightning, has amplified his primal instincts to the point of overpowering his reason. Leon's behavior descends into a dazed, obsessive focus as he grabs Rossweisse's thick, scaled tail and pulls it close, nuzzling against it. He murmurs about how good it smells and how much he likes it. Rossweisse, pinned beneath him, struggles against his weight, shouting at him to get off and pointing out that her tail has been dragging on the ground all day. But as Leon shifts, his gaze locking onto hers with a sudden, searing intensity, the atmosphere changes again. He lifts a finger to her lips, silencing her protest. His expression softens into something dangerously handsome and sincere as he whispers that she is beautiful tonight, his voice thick with a genuine emotion that cuts through her defenses. Rossweisse looks at him, her face flushed and her breath hitching as her initial resistance begins to crumble. She is struck by the total transformation in his attitude, a raw, unstoppable intensity that she finds herself unable to reject. To her own surprise, a flicker of expectation arises within her. Leon gazes down at her with a heavy, hooded stare, his voice a low, desperate vibration as he asks if they might begin conceiving their second child right now. Overwhelmed by the heat of the moment and the magnetic pull of his presence, Rossweisse finally gives in. She closes her eyes and whispers that she is ready to yield to him just this once. As Leon sets to work, her legs tremble with pleasure, unable to contain the delight he bestows upon her. The morning light flooded the grand bedroom of the Silver Dragon Castle. Inside Rossweisse's chamber, Leon slowly blinked his eyes open, a faint groan escaping his lips as the fog of sleep began to lift. He was not alone. Beside him lay Rossweisse. She watched him wake, her eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and satisfaction after the night they had shared. "Woke up?" she asked softly, her voice carrying an air of intimacy that caught him completely off guard. Shock surged through Leon as he bolted upright, the sheets falling away to reveal his bare chest. Why are you here?" He stammered. He clutched his side, feeling a dull, persistent throb throughout his frame. "My whole body aches," he muttered, trying to piece together the blurred fragments of the previous evening. Rossweisse turned away from him and pulled the covers up, an action that revealed hickeys on her pale skin. She cast a sideline glance over her shoulder, her expression playful yet sharp. "You don't remember anything? You didn't forget this, right, Dragon Slayer?" Leon stared at the marks on her body, his eyes widening in disbelief and dawning horror. "There are so many hickeys. Was it me who did that?" He gasped, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed back, images of himself flushed red, laughing and pulling her close in a haze. The mental playback of his own unrestrained behavior sent him into a panic. He grabbed his head with both hands, letting out a desperate cry of, "Oh no!" as he realized just how much control he had lost the night before. Rossweisse turned toward him, a smirk playing on her lips as she enjoyed his distress. "Do you remember? You begged me to do this with you last night," she teased. She began to mimic his frantic pleas from the previous night, pitching her voice to mock his desperation. "Honey, let's do this one last time, okay? Wife, I feel really bad. Please help me. Just this time, for the last time." Leon's face burned with embarrassment as he reached out a hand, desperately trying to silence her.
Stop! No need to say it again. I remember it all, he shouted, wishing he could sink through the floor.
Leon remembered the Dragon Great Force drug he had refined, intended only to maintain his health and perhaps give Rossweisse a small lesson in humility. I didn't expect this drug to be so effective, he admitted to himself, pulling on a white shirt. He glanced back at Rossweisse, his voice softening with a hint of genuine concern. I admit that I went a little too far last night. Did I hurt you? She looked away with a huff, crossing her arms over her chest. It's okay, she murmured. Seeing her reaction, Leon's confidence returned. He smirked, leaning back. Now you should know whether I am in good health or not, right? Next time, don't tell me I am not good enough. Rossweisse's eyes narrowed, her gaze becoming predatory. She leaned in close, forcing him to meet her intense stare. What? Leon stammered, his bravado evaporating as she gripped his chin firmly with her hand. Her smile was sharp and dangerous. I am very satisfied with your performance last night, Dragon Slayer, she whispered, her voice laced with a chilling sweetness. I hope you can keep doing this in the future. Leon's face contorted. Huh? Now I'm in the service industry, he shrieked internally, his eyes bulging. The shift from legendary hero to personal plaything was more than his pride could handle. Rossweisse, however, sat back and regained her composure. She crossed her arms, looking at him. Right, about the bet about changing the name, she began, reminding him of a prior wager. You won. Have you thought about what requests you would like to make?
Leon calmed himself, his expression turning serious.
Oh, that. I have thought about it, he started. Can you send someone to the Empire to check on my master and his wife? He asked. The request was humble, born of a deep-seated worry for those he had left behind. Rossweisse tilted her head. We silver dragons aren't very good at sneaking in, but if it's just a visit to someone, then there won't be any problems, she replied casually. Leon's face lit up with pure, childlike joy, and he broke into a wide smile. Really? Then thank... Leon cut himself off with a light, awkward cough, trying to regain his dignity. Ahem. Thank you for your help, he said. A little time passed, and Leon went to the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle. There he sat together with Muin. Muin looked at him with wide, concerned eyes. Dad, are you sick? She asked, watching the great hero succumb to the lingering fatigue of his eventful night.
Leon laughed nervously, the question catching him off guard. No, why do you ask? He stammered. Muin looked up at him with wide, innocent blue eyes. Mom told me that Dad took the medicine yesterday himself, she chirped. Dad is a man, and men can't say that they are sick. Leon's expression immediately shifted. His brow furrowed, and he grit his teeth in a silent, frustrated monologue, cursing the female dragon who would tell such things to a child, and wondering if she had any dignity left at all. Muin leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with concern. Dad is still not well. Is it because the medicine is not effective enough, or is it because he took too little medicine? She observed. Leon stiffened, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to maintain his composure. Muin, it would be rude to ask any more questions, he managed to say through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Muin's face paled in horror as she noticed the blood. Ah, Dad's mouth is bleeding, she cried out. She threw herself at him, clutching her clothes in a desperate hug. Dad! Muin can't live without her dad! Dad, please don't die! Leon let out a weary sigh, gently patting her head to soothe her. Daddy is really fine. He is doing fine, he whispered. Inwardly, he felt a pang of recognition. She was so much like Rossweisse in her intensity, and in that regard, she was truly merciless. To change the subject and lift her spirits, Leon brightened his tone. How about Daddy making you a new toy today? He suggested. Muin's grief vanished, instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated joy. Toys! Yay! Muin loves toys the most, she cheered. Leon sat down at a small table and began to work with focused precision.
Using a small brush and wood carving tools, he assembled and painted a multicolored cube. "This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube," he announced with a proud smile, holding up the finished product. "You can twist it at will. Come and try it." Muin lunged forward, reaching out with tiny hands, her face lit up with an ecstatic "Yay!"
Muin held the vibrant cube in her hands, mesmerized by its movement. Leon watched her. "I had learned some principles of simple mechanical linkages in the alchemy mechanics class at school. I didn't expect to use it when taking care of my baby today. Am I born to be a babysitter?" he thought to himself, reflecting on his past. His internal musings were suddenly cut short. A sharp, chilling sensation washed over him, causing his pupils to contract. He felt a sudden weight in the air, a presence that made him freeze. He slowly turned his head toward the garden, looking out through the ornate archway into the sun-drenched greenery. Something, or someone, was watching. Muin noticed his sudden distraction. "Dad, what's wrong?" she asked, clutching the cube to her chest with a worried look. He quickly masked his unease, turning back to her with a calm expression. "No, nothing," he replied softly. However, he felt the dragon's gaze coming from the direction where Noah was doing her physical training. He contemplated the situation, resting his chin on his hand. It seemed to him that Noah did not want to come out to them, so he decided to make a Rubik's Cube for her as well. Night fell over the estate. Inside a quiet room, Muin lay fast asleep under her blanket. But outside the door, a small figure peered into the room. It was Noah. She moved silently toward the nightstand, where a second Rubik's Cube sat next to a note. Noah picked up the toy, and trying to hide her joy, she huffed, "Idiot, I have no interest in this kind of children's toys." Despite her words, Noah began to twist the cube. She desperately wanted to accept the gift from her father. Unable to hold back her emotions, she started playing with it. "Thank you, Dad," she whispered.
St. Heath Academy is an elite aristocratic college for the Dragon Clan, maintaining strict admission standards where family lineage and harmony are the ultimate criteria. The Academy's philosophy dictates that whether a child is born through asexual oviparity or normal live birth, only a stable and loving environment can cultivate a qualified young dragon. To meet these high expectations and secure a future for her daughter Noah, Rossweisse has orchestrated a family outing determined to project the perfect illusion of a harmonious household for a mandatory family photo. Rossweisse's family flew high above the sprawling, sun-drenched architecture of Sky City. As the family descends toward the city streets, Leon helps Muin down. Sliding off her mother's back and into her father's waiting arms, Muin looks up at him with wide, sparkling blue eyes, her face glowing with innocent delight. Once she is safely held by him, she asks with pure curiosity why her father didn't transform into a dragon like the others. Her voice is filled with a simple, childish dream of seeing her dad take on a mighty draconic form, completely unaware of the complex reasons behind his persistent human appearance. Leon laughs nervously as he looks at his daughter. He thinks about how ridiculous the situation has become. While he is incredibly skilled at slaying dragons, the act of turning into one is simply beyond his power. He realizes how difficult it is to explain his true nature to a child. But Noah stares at him intently, her eyes narrowing with skepticism as she begins to doubt his ability to shapeshift at all. The tension is finally broken by the appearance of Rossweisse, who has been quietly observing their dialogue.
Deciding to intervene to save Leon, Rossweisse explains to Noah that her father's body hasn't fully recovered yet, which prevents him from transforming for the time being. She promises the little girl that she will see his dragon form once he is well again. In anticipation of seeing her father's draconic form, Muin encourages him to get well soon for the sake of the promised transformation. Leon only whispers to himself that such a feat is actually impossible, even as he promises out loud to try his best. Seeing the crowds ahead, Rossweisse directs them toward the heart of the town, noting that they have a busy schedule of tasks to complete.
As they enter the bustling city center, Muin runs ahead in pure delight, marveling at the massive number of dragons walking throughout the city. Noah follows closely, asking her not to run so fast, while Leon lags behind, bowing his head and trembling all over. Rossweisse looks back at him and notices his condition, surmising that this must be his first time seeing so many dragons since waking from his long coma, and she watches him closely to see how the dragon slayer will handle being surrounded by his former prey. Rossweisse leans in close, a teasing glint in her eyes as she asks if he is actually scared of the sights around them. Leon suddenly snaps out of his trance, looking up with a fierce, wide-eyed grin that betrays an emotion very different from fear. He retorts that he isn't scared at all, he's excited. As he looks out into the crowd of dragons, the city is filled not with people in his eyes, but walking rewards, first class, second class, and third class merits just waiting to be claimed. His hands tremble not from terror, but from the overwhelming urge to return to his old trade, his mind racing with the thought of how incredibly rich he could become if he started working in a place so densely packed with targets. Leon stretches his arms behind his head with a carefree grin, his mind clearly on the gold he expects to earn. Behind him, Rossweisse watches him with an irritated gaze. She mutters to herself about having worried for nothing, realizing that his primary motivation is as simple as a payday. After some time, they arrive at a small shop. Inside, they are greeted by a cheerful shopkeeper who bows deeply, her hands clasped to her chest in a gesture of profound respect. She welcomes the Silver Dragon Queen, expressing that it is a true honor to serve her and her family. A younger assistant stands by the counter, looking on with a polite, professional smile. Leon walks through the studio, glancing at the walls covered in portraits. Muin, running through the studio, exclaims with joy, "Wow, there are so many photos of dragons on the walls." However, the mood shifts when Leon questions Rossweisse's presence. He asks why a ruler of her stature would come to a store to take photos in person. Rossweisse explains the politics of their world. While a dragon king commands their own tribe, the dragons of Sky City belong to no one. Leon doesn't miss a beat and teases her, suggesting her status is actually a bit low. Before he can finish his sentence, she delivers a sharp strike to his leg. Leon's face contorts in pain as he yelps, clutching his injured limb. Rossweisse merely turns away from him, closing her eyes smugly and tossing out a final remark that regardless of status, she is still taller than him. The elderly photographer adjusts her glasses as she reiterates what an honor is to capture a family portrait for the Silver Dragon Queen. Rossweisse returns the compliment, noting that everyone praises the woman's photography skills as the best among the dragon tribe. The conversation turns to the logistics of the shoot when the photographer notices Leon. She tentatively points out that His Majesty, the husband, lacks a visible tail. The queen dismisses the concern, claiming he simply doesn't like showing it and asks for a tailless suit to be prepared. However, she had already tried to force Leon to wear a decorative dragon tail, but Leon flails his arms in desperate refusal, shouting that he will never wear such a thing.
The photographer leads the way to the dressing area, inviting the queen and the children to try on their outfits first. Muin bounces with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she declares her desire to wear a beautiful dress. After a short interval, the curtains part to reveal the children. They look adorable in their new attire. Then Leon steps out. The transformation is striking. He is dressed in a crisp, elegant white suit. Muin gasps in pure adoration, her face flushing as she cheers for how handsome her dad looks. The photographer clasps her hands together in delight, complimenting Leon on how well the suit fits him, and suggesting he must have been very popular in the past. Leon looks at his reflection with a thoughtful, slightly distant expression. He admits that the last time he wore a formal suit was for his school graduation ceremony. Then he turns his attention to Noah, asking how the outfit feels. Noah looks up at him, her usual stoic or playful expression replaced by a faint blush. She stares at him for a long moment before looking away shyly, her voice small but certain as she admits that he is, indeed, quite handsome. Leon beams with pride, placing his hands on the heads of his daughters and telling them that their skirts are cute as well. The moment of lightheartedness is interrupted by the sound of a curtain drawing back. Everyone turns to look as Rossweisse steps out. The children are instantly mesmerized, Wen shouting about how beautiful her mother is. Leon, however, is struck silent. He stares at her with wide eyes and a visible blush creeping up his neck. Her elegance has caught him completely off guard.
Rossweisse notices Leon's intense stare and asks him what he's looking at. He quickly looks away, flustered, rubbing the back of his neck as he mutters that it's nothing and that the dress suits her well. A faint blush touches Rossweisse's cheeks as she looks back at him. She then makes a casual, somewhat teasing remark, suggesting that he would look even better if he had a tail. This immediately shatters the romantic tension. Leon's face contorts with annoyance as he repeats his vow to never wear a tail in his life. Before the bickering can escalate, Muin calls out to them from across the room. They have already taken their places by the fireplace, urging their parents to hurry up and join them for the photo. The photographer stands ready behind her large camera, exclaiming, "Everything is ready for the final portrait." The photographer calls the group to order, asking the prince to move closer to the queen. Leon complies, though he wears a reluctant, slightly pained expression, muttering that he doesn't want to. And a moment later, it is captured in a series of bright flashes. The photographer takes the pictures, preserving not a fake family, but a truly loving one that will likely live together very happily for a long time to come.
The sprawling architecture of the Sky City was bathed in a warm golden glow as dragons glided effortlessly through the bright blue expanse above. Below, the bustling streets were alive with people gathered for a moment of leisure. A photographer's voice cut through the air, informing Rossweisse that it would take approximately 6 hours for their photos to be developed. He suggested that Her Majesty take the opportunity to enjoy a stroll through the city. Hearing of the chance for a family walk, Wen excitedly tugged Noah by the hand, urging her sister to go and take a closer look at one of the stalls. Leon looked at Rossweisse with a hint of surprise, remarking that he never thought the day would come when he could go shopping with her, calling the experience truly new. Rossweisse replied that this outing was entirely for the sake of maintaining our family's public image. As they walked, Rossweisse noted that Noah had been working hard for almost a month in preparation for an entrance exam, so a bit of relaxation was well-deserved. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden gasp of wonder from Wen. The girls stopped in front of a carnival stall where a bearded man stood behind a counter filled with prizes and yellow balloons. The stall owner sighed, looking at the two young girls who had just failed their attempt at the game. He remarked that it was a pity, suggesting Noah might have hit the target if she had just tried a few more times. Leon approached the stall, realizing it was a shooting gallery. Wen immediately looked up, her face lighting up as she called out to him, "Dad!" Meanwhile, Noah stood to the side, her cheeks puffed out in a pout, her eyes brimming with frustration. She stared at the unpopped balloons on the wall, her silent anger palpable. Leon chuckled softly at the sight, teasingly noting that in this particular game, the shopkeeper is the only one who makes money if the players keep missing.
Rossweisse joined them, explaining that the bullets for this specific toy gun are made of magical energy, requiring a very precise level of control that was understandably difficult for a child. The bearded shopkeeper, sensing an opportunity to make a profit, leaned forward with a sly, inviting grin. He challenged the parents, suggesting that if they could hit all the balloons within 10 shots, they could take home a pair of dolls for their daughters, who clearly desired them. Internally, the merchant gloated, thinking to himself that he specifically lets children try first just to lure their parents in to spend big money. Leon looked down at the girls, his gaze softening as he asked them if they truly wanted those teddy bears. Wen and Noah immediately tried to act tough, crossing their arms and looking away while claiming they weren't interested. Leon caught on instantly. He realized that was exactly what they wanted. He turned to the shopkeeper with a burst of confidence, asking for 10 shots and casually adding that Rossweisse would be the one paying for it. The merchant chuckled, delighted by the transaction. Leon gripped the toy gun, his expression turning serious as he reminisced about the last time he held a weapon back at the Dragon Slayer Academy. Leon opened fire,
The first shot streaked toward the wall, but the shopkeeper watched with a sinister, confident grin. He had secretly tampered with the gun, ensuring that no matter who tried, hitting the target would be nearly impossible. He felt smug, certain that his adjustments would keep the prizes on his shelves and the money in his pocket. However, his expression of triumph vanished in an instant. A series of rapid-fire cracks filled the air as Leon fired again and again with blinding speed and unerring accuracy. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging in sheer terror as he watched his rigged game fall apart. One by one, the yellow balloons on the wall burst into fragments under the relentless onslaught of Leon's precision. Leon spun the toy gun around his finger with practiced flair and remarked that he had only used the first shot to test the sights, claiming he was just lucky to hit everything after that. The shopkeeper stood frozen in disbelief, stammering about how such a feat was even possible. Behind Leon, both of his daughters were ecstatic. Left with no choice, the miserable merchant handed over the two teddy bears, telling them to take the prizes and leave quickly before he lost any more.
Leon leaned down, presenting the plush prizes to his daughters. "For you," he said softly. Moon beamed, hugging her bear tightly while thanking him enthusiastically. Noah, clutching her own bear, looked down with a shy, quiet flush, whispering her thanks as she pressed the toy to her chest. Rossweisse watched this tender moment from the side. She thought to herself that although he was usually a bit eccentric and off-key, every time he grew serious, he possessed a truly special charm. As Leon turned his head toward her, their eyes met. The queen's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks tinting pink as she wondered why he was looking at her so intently. A couple of minutes later, a passing mother and child were in shock seeing the scene before them. The little girl cried out to her mother that she wanted a toy just like that. Rossweisse was now holding a large teddy bear that Leon had won for her. Leon laughed heartily, recalling the miserable expression of the unscrupulous businessmen at the end. He declared that getting his revenge felt great and had completely cleared his anger. Rossweisse held the large bear close to her chest, her face still flushed with embarrassment. She tried to maintain her dignity, muttering that if it were up to her, she would advise people not to waste their time on such childish games. Leon chuckled, pointing out that since they were out together, it was only right to have some fun. He asked if she truly didn't like it, but she quickly looked away, stammering that she hadn't said that. Leon smiled, telling her that now that she was here, he couldn't let her go back empty-handed. Rossweisse looked down at the soft fur of the teddy bear, her eyes softening as she reflected. She mused that while real bears were unpalatable and barely able to fill one's stomach, when they were made into toys like this, they were actually quite cute.
With a visible blush coloring her cheeks, Rossweisse clutches a large teddy bear to her chest and issues a direct command to Leon. "After dinner tonight, come to my room to find me." Leon remains standing outside, completely bewildered and wondering what he could have possibly done wrong to earn a summons directly to her private quarters. As time passes, the afternoon fades and evening descends, the massive castle beginning to glow under the light of the stars. Leon walks down a dimly lit corridor, his mind a storm of hesitation as he remembers Rossweisse's invitation. Rossweisse invited me to her room, he thinks, his brow furrowed in anxiety. It is late at night and I am alone here. Something is bound to happen if I go to her room. He weighs the discomfort of the encounter against the fallout of ignoring her. If you go, you will feel uncomfortable for a night. If you don't go, you will feel uncomfortable for a week. Finally, with a burst of desperate resolve, he grits his teeth and charges toward her double doors. Damn it, I'm going to fight her. Leon reaches the entrance and pauses, noticing the door is already slightly ajar. The door is unlocked, he whispers. He cautiously steps inside the lavish bedroom. He glances around in confusion until his attention is drawn to a faint sound coming from the bathroom. The realization hits him instantly. It's too early, she's still taking a shower.
Leon's eyes widen as he stares at the blurred image. The quality of this glass seems not very good, he thinks, his heart racing faster. The tension of the situation weighs heavily on him. He knows he cannot simply turn back now. He clutches his hand to his chest. I really have to do that tonight, he tells himself, though his inner voice screams for restraint. He clenches his fists and takes a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. Calm down, Leon. Suddenly, the bathroom door slides open with a sharp click. Leon flinches, his eyes snapping toward Rossweisse instantly. You are here. Let's get started, she says. Leon stares at her, completely overwhelmed by her presence and the weight of her words. A sense of impending exhaustion washes over him as he recalls their previous encounters. Am I going to be squeezed dry again, he wonders, his face pale with a mix of dread.
Rossweisse, having just stepped out of the shower, hadn't even had a chance to dry herself properly, with droplets of water still glistening on her skin. Leaning in with a teasing glint in her eyes, she posed a question to Leon that seemed to carry a double meaning, asking whether he would prefer to do it in the living room or out on the balcony. Leon, caught off guard and visibly flustered, stammered a response as his face flushed deep red at the mere suggestion. He quickly dismissed the balcony, citing the potential embarrassment of being seen by others. Rossweisse stepped toward the dresser, casually noting that the living room would serve just as well, since the location made no difference to her. Leon took a deep breath, steeling himself as if for a monumental task. With a look of grim determination and eyes squeezed shut, he surrendered to the circumstances, exhaling a sharp, "Come on then." He collapsed onto the sofa, bracing for whatever was to come. However, the anticipated wait or contact never arrived. Instead, he heard Rossweisse's voice, sharp with confusion, asking him what on earth he was doing. Leon opened his eyes, let out a frustrated groan, and looked up to find her standing over him, still fully clothed and clutching a rolled parchment. She looked down at his dramatic pose with a mix of amusement and a sly, teasing glint, asking him what he had expected her to do there and calling him a pervert.
Rossweisse sat back, crossing her legs. Noticing his obvious dissatisfaction, she suggested that since he wanted to do it so badly tonight, they would definitely move that particular activity to the next day. Leon, realizing his misunderstanding, sat up abruptly, coughing into his hand to hide his burning blush. He stared at the scroll she had unfurled on the table, his confusion genuine as he asked what it was. Rossweisse explained that these were test questions for viviparous families used by St. Heath Academy for admissions. She clarified that the assessment focused on the living habits, personalities, and shared experiences of partners, implying they needed to be perfectly synchronized. Rossweisse explained to Leon the absolute importance of preparation. She emphasized that they needed to memorize their answers in advance so that Noah's admissions exam wouldn't be jeopardized by their inability to answer correctly. Leon picked up the parchment, scanning the list with a skeptical look. He muttered about how these looked like boring questions from a couple's tactile understanding game, reading queries about favorite colors, catchphrases, and first dates. To start the practice, Leon asked her what color she liked. Without hesitation, she answered, black, and countered with the same question. Leon replied simply, silver. A brief, silent moment passed as they stared at each other, the realization of their answers sinking in. They both turned away simultaneously, blushing and wearing identical expressions of mock annoyance. Rossweisse clicked her tongue, dismissing the shared preference for each other's hair colors as just a coincidence, while Leon echoed her sentiment with a flustered confirmation. Shaking off the brief moment of intimacy, Rossweisse took a quill and suggested they formally test how well they actually knew one another. Leon agreed, and they both sat at the low table, focused and determined, filling out their respective sheets. After some time, Leon triumphantly announced that he had finished and graded the results. He laughed, boasting that his score was higher than hers and claiming he knew the queen better than she knew him. Rossweisse let out an indignant humph, her face reddening with irritation. As she looked over Leon's paper, she was secretly stunned to see how observant he had been.
He had noted her specific sitting habits and even how she preferred to position her tail for comfort. However, as she reached the bottom of the page, one question bothered her most of all. It asked if the partner had ever been particularly disappointed in the other. Leon had answered with a definitive yes, a choice that made her reflect on his perception of her and their relationship. Rossweisse stared at the paper and mused to herself that since she was used to keeping her feelings guarded, it was only natural for him to get some things wrong. Her gaze drifted toward Leon, and a flicker of vulnerability crossed her face as she wondered if perhaps she could actually open up to this person. Leon, however, misinterpreted her silent staring. Feeling the weight of her gaze, he began to sweat, wondering if she was holding a grudge simply because he had outperformed her on the test. Their eyes met, but the communication gap between them remained as wide as ever. Leon tried to ease her worries about the high score by patting Rossweisse on the shoulder. He joked that since they hadn't spent much time together, a high score was impossible to achieve so quickly. He leaned in and asked her, for the sake of their daughter Noah, to please try to understand him a little better. The sincerity in his voice and the warmth in his eyes struck a chord within her. Rossweisse's heart gave a violent thump, and a deep blush crept up her neck and face, leaving her utterly speechless. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of emotion, Rossweisse reacted with defensive aggression, shoving a piece of paper at Leon's face and shouting at him to stop talking nonsense and write down the correct answers. Leon let out a pained "ugh" as he was pushed back. He tried to steer the conversation back to the test, asking why she thought he was wrong to say she'd never been disappointed in him. Rossweisse, still blushing and looking away, grumbled that he'd be better off just dropping dead. Time passed, and the night before the entrance exam arrived. A week of hard work had paid off, with their average score reaching over 80 points. While Leon celebrated their success, Rossweisse lay beside him, completely exhausted and drained of strength.
Leon says before leaving, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Just as he is about to go, Rossweisse's hand suddenly shoots out, gripping his belt with surprising strength. The tug forces him to stop.
Wait, Rossweisse whispers from behind him. Leon freezes, looking back in confusion. Huh? He asks, caught off guard. Rossweisse does not let go. Instead, she asks in a sly tone for him to take a bath in her room before returning to his own. Leon looks at Rossweisse, wondering what she is up to. His face flushes with shock and embarrassment. Taking a shower in your room? He stammers, pointing toward the bathroom. Rossweisse gives him no choice. She steps forward and begins physically shoving him toward the door, with a stern and unwavering expression. Just go and wash when I tell you to. Hurry up, she commands, ignoring his protests. Leon stumbles, flailing his arms as he tries to maintain his balance under her push. Hey, he shouts, but the bathroom door soon clicks shut behind him. Left alone, Leon begins to unbutton his shirt, his face shifting to deep suspicion. Why does she want me to take a shower here for no reason? Are you planning something bad? He mutters to himself. Leon attempts to rationalize the situation. But she's been very nervous these days because of the entrance exam, so she should be fine, he reasons, convincing himself her behavior is just stress. After sinking into the water, he sighs with satisfaction. No matter what, just enjoy it first, he thinks. He splashes around playfully, his features melting into a blissful expression. "Ah, it feels so good," he exclaims. Suddenly, the click of a door interrupts him. He snaps his head up, startled, as a figure emerges through the thick steam. Rossweisse? He stammers. Rossweisse stands before him, her naked body covered only by a single towel. Rossweisse looks at him, and a dragon mark begins to shimmer on her chest. I have been feeling a lot of pressure these days, and I want to, she begins in a seductive whisper. Leon's face turns pale as his suspicions are confirmed. What I was thinking has finally happened, he thinks in a panic. He leans back in the tub, trying to increase the distance between them. If you are under pressure, why are you putting pressure on me? He shouts in despair.
Rossweisse only smiles wider, a wicked light flashing in her eyes as she leans closer. By transferring this pressure to you, I can be relieved, right? She asks with a mischievous wink. Rossweisse enters the bath, the water rippling around her as she comes face to face with Leon. Moreover, didn't you come here with this mentality a few days ago? She asks in a teasing tone. Leon looks away, his face turning crimson as he realizes he cannot argue. He mutters. Rossweisse seizes the moment, leaning in until their faces are just inches apart. You can't escape, Leon. Just surrender. Let's just relax in the bath today, she purrs triumphantly. The mark on her chest begins to glow even brighter, signaling a very difficult night ahead for Leon.
St. Heath Academy stands majestic against the clear blue sky. Leon stands before the gates, his eyes wide with genuine wonder at the sheer scale of the institution. Rossweisse maintains a more composed expression, though a hint of tension remains. Leon leans in close to Rossweisse, a playful, teasing smirk on his face. He whispers a comment about a decompression they had the previous night, wondering aloud why the effects wore off so quickly. His words earn him a sharp, blushing glare and a hushed, indignant, "Go to hell" from her, though he only laughs it off. They approach the registration desk, where a young woman with a clipboard looks down at the paperwork. Her eyes go wide as she reads the name, Noah K. Melkvi of the Silver Dragon clan. The shock is evident on her face as she notes the age, only 1 year and 3 months old. Noticing the registrar's hesitation, Leon asks if there is a problem. The young woman tries to compose herself, explaining that while the minimum age for young dragons is 1 year, most families wait until they are much older. She looks at the tiny Noah with concern, questioning if she isn't too young for such an intense environment. Rossweisse steps forward with firm, protective pride. She looks the registrar in the eye and declares that Noah is exceptionally smart for her age, and that they, as parents, fully respect her own desire to be there. The registrar accepts their explanation and directs them forward. A staff member leads young Noah away for her written test, while the parents are told to proceed to the 4th floor for an assessment. They enter a meeting room. Leon and Rossweisse sit together on a plush red sofa, looking across at 3 senior examiners. The atmosphere is heavy and formal as the assessment begins, with the examiners watching them closely, their expressions unreadable and stern. Feeling the heavy stares upon them, Rossweisse leans toward Leon and whispers, asking if he thinks these 3 will be easy to deal with. Leon glances at the head examiner, an old man with a long white beard, and notes with chilling calm that he looks easy to kill. He claims that in the past, he would have taken the man's head within 50 rounds. Leon's expression turns fierce as he clenches his fist, whispering a silent threat that if they dare refuse Noah's entry, he will meet them with a sword. The intensity of their shared killing intent is so palpable that the examiners across the table seem to sense an overwhelming pressure.
The central examiner, Walter Wilson, vice principal of the academy, introduces himself with a stern demeanor. He tells them not to be nervous and simply to answer their questions truthfully. Rossweisse maintains a polite smile, while Leon responds with a respectful acknowledgement of the vice principal's position. However, internally, Leon is wary, thinking that Walter does not look like a simple man. Walter then drops a sudden personal question. Do they remember when their wedding anniversary was? The question catches them both off guard, causing a visible spark of panic. They exchange a quick, tense look, realizing they never actually agreed on a date for their cover story. A flashback reveals a moment where they had discussed this very problem. Rossweisse, sitting on a bed, had pointed out that since they aren't officially married, they needed a credible lie. They decided that if they had to pick a day that left a deep impression, it would be May 25th in the year 1733 of the creation calendar, the day they first bonded in the dungeon. Returning to the present, they both shout out May 25th in perfect unison, their faces brightening with forced cheerfulness.
Leon adds that it was the day they bonded, leaving out the part about the dungeon. Walter Wilson looks down at his notes, his brow furrowing. He remarks that their child is already over a year old after less than 2 years of marriage, noting that this progress seems much faster than that of ordinary families. Leon quickly laughs it off, claiming they fell in love at first sight. Undeterred, Walter asks his next question. After 2 years of marriage, have they discovered any shortcomings in one another?
Leon and Rossweisse react instantly and oppositely. Leon shouts yes, while Rossweisse shouts no at the same time. The contradiction hangs awkwardly in the air. Realizing the slip-up, Leon thinks to himself that his answer should be a mixture of truth and falsehood to remain credible. He puts a hand to his chest, looking slightly pained and emotional, and tells the examiners that sometimes he feels like he doesn't exist compared to her presence. He begins to praise Rossweisse, calling her incredibly capable. But Rossweisse watches his performance with a skeptical expression. Leon continues his act, turning toward Rossweisse and taking her hands in his. With a flushed face, he tells her he wants to do more for the family, so she doesn't have to carry all the stress alone. Rossweisse blushes deeply, her eyes wide as she tells him not to exploit her when things get pressured in the future. Watching this display, a female examiner is touched, calling him a considerate husband. She then asks Rossweisse what she finds most attractive about him. Rossweisse, still flustered, rattles off a long list of traits. He's handsome, smart, responsible, and has a good temper, her words pouring out in a hurried stream.
Rossweisse decides to play along and adds with a meek look that although her health isn't as good as it was before marriage, her husband is excellent in making medicine and uses all kinds of treatments for her. Leon freezes with a forced smile, wondering to himself, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Rossweisse finishes by telling him not to push himself too much, all while squeezing his hand so hard it leaves him in visible pain. The examiners are absolutely delighted by the display, calling them a loving couple. A warm atmosphere fills the room as the committee whispers amongst themselves. Finally, one of the seniors asks a final additional question. At the end of the interview, do they have any questions for each other that the partner must answer truthfully? Rossweisse, maintaining her gentle and composed act, states that she has no questions for her husband because she already knows everything about him. Then it's Leon's turn. Rossweisse shoots him a tense look, mentally pleading for him to end the assessment quickly, knowing that the more he talks, the more mistakes he might make. However, Leon thinks deeply and suddenly asks, "You like the teddy bear I gave you, right?" The unexpected question catches Rossweisse completely off guard. She is stunned, wondering why he would ask something so irrelevant to their identity or cover story in such a critical moment. Nevertheless, she blushes deeply and, shyly tucking her hair, admits that she likes it very much. Leon claps his hands victoriously, declaring that he is satisfied.
The vice principal announces the end of the interview and says the results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Castle via a dragon letter in a few days. After some time, a small red dragon messenger flies through the castle window carrying a scroll. Little Mewen excitedly shouts that the letter is here, and the whole family gathers at the table to see the verdict. Leon unfurls the scroll, which officially confirms that Noah K. Melkveh has passed the assessment. They are instructed to come to the academy in 3 days for registration and the entrance ceremony. The room erupts in joy. Mewen jumps with excitement and hugs Noah, calling her and their parents awesome. Leon, beaming with pride, thanks Rossweisse, but she simply smiles, saying it was mostly up to Noah herself, who is truly worthy of being her daughter. To celebrate, Rossweisse promises to make a big meal and tells Leon he must help so that people won't say he doesn't exist in the family. Leon grumbles, realizing she is petty and still holding a grudge over his earlier performance. The grand entrance ceremony of St. Heath Academy begins under a clear blue sky. Within the academy grounds, Walter Wilson, the vice principal of the academy, stands at the podium.
He addresses the gathered crowd, congratulating the new students on successfully passing the rigorous assessment. He begins his opening speech, his voice carrying across the ranks of seated families whose faces show a blend of pride and anticipation. Walter Wilson continues his speech, emphasizing that academic excellence is a reflection of a harmonious family life. He invites one of the top-ranked freshmen, Noah K. Melkov, and her family to the stage to share their experiences. In the audience, Muin watches with pure excitement, her hands clasped in joy. Soon, the Melkov family makes their way up the stairs. Standing on stage, Leon recalls an awkward moment from a few hours before the ceremony, when Walter Wilson informed him that Noah had taken first place in the entrance exam and his wife had taken first place in the family assessment, making a speech mandatory. Now, he and Rossweisse must find a way through this situation. Walter Wilson gestures toward young Noah, noting she is the youngest candidate to achieve such high marks, and asks her to share her secrets to success with the crowd. Noah begins her speech with sweet sincerity, thanking her mother, a powerful dragon, for her unwavering support and affirmation. Behind Noah, Rossweisse smiles with quiet pride. Then, Noah shifts her gratitude toward her sister, Muin. Leon, standing nearby, watches his daughter intently, his thoughts racing one after another. With a touch of uncertainty, he wonders if Noah will mention him at all, or if his efforts have gone unnoticed against the backdrop of Rossweisse. Finally, Noah looks directly at the audience, her expression softening with deep affection as she reveals that the person she wants to thank the most is her father. She tells the crowd how he helped her review for the exam every day, often staying up late into the night to prepare study materials. Overcome with emotion, Leon's eyes well up with tears, touched by his daughter's public recognition of his hard work. Noah concludes her short speech with a polite thank you and bows her head. The vice principal, moved by the display of family devotion, praises Leon's teaching abilities. He then makes a surprising suggestion that Leon should give Noah a kiss to demonstrate his fatherly love. Leon recoils in shock, his face contorting in a mix of panic and embarrassment. He protests internally, fearing the ceremony might turn into a disaster. He recalls how only a month ago, Noah was so cold toward him that she wouldn't even let him touch her. The thought of her allowing a public display of affection seems impossible to him, and he stares at her calm profile in disbelief. The tension on stage is palpable as Leon leans in, whispering to Noah that they can simply hug to avoid further embarrassment. However, Noah responds with a stern, blushing face, whispering back an urgent command for him to hurry up and finish the kiss to end what she calls a socially suicidal ceremony. Caught off guard by her demand, Leon realizes she is actually willing to go through with it. He looks at her with wide eyes before closing them and leaning down. In this moment, Leon gently kisses Noah on the forehead. Seeing this, Muin begins to wail across the entire hall, shouting that she wants a kiss from Daddy too. Anna barely manages to hold the little girl back to prevent her from rushing onto the stage. Meanwhile, Rossweisse watches the scene with a slightly annoyed expression, thinking to herself how fortunate she is that the request was not directed at her. Walter Wilson concludes this part of the program with final words of praise, stating that excellent dragons never forget to be grateful to their family. The Melkvi family stands at the podium as the audience gazes upon what appears to be the perfect picture of a harmonious family.
Walter Wilson leaned forward, and a hint of mischief sounded in his voice as he addressed the couple standing before him. "You have kissed your daughter. As a model of a loving couple, how can you forget your wife, Mr. Leon?" he remarked. Leon's eyes widened in shock when the meaning of what was said reached him. Leon's shock quickly gave way to a flash of irritation. He looked angrily at the old man, knitting his brows. "Old dragon, you are taking too much on yourself. I should have killed you back on the day of the test," he thought. However, when he looked at Noah, he understood. This was her most important entrance ceremony. He was a veteran of many battles and would not allow such a trivial public scene to shake his resolve. Turning toward Rossweisse with a forced, practiced smile,
Leon extended a hand in a welcoming gesture. "Come, my dear wife, we are the happiest and most harmonious family, aren't we?" he said loudly enough for the surrounding crowd to hear. Rossweisse froze, her hands clutched to her chest in a defensive, startled pose. "What?" she whispered, her eyes wide with shock. She leaned in closer, her voice barely audible as she hissed, "Do you really want to kiss me in front of hundreds of dragons?" Leon didn't break character, leaning his head toward her. "No way, Noah and Muin are watching. Cooperate with me," he whispered back. Rossweisse felt the heat rise to her face, her thoughts racing in a panic. How embarrassing, she thought, her heart hammering against her ribs. She recalled their complicated history. They had slept together and held hands, but there had been no intimacy since that one fateful night 2 years ago. As Leon leaned in, his face calm and handsome, she felt a surge of indignation. How come he is so calm, as if I am the only one who is nervous, she thought. The distance between them vanished. Rossweisse's eyes fluttered and closed, a deep blush staining her cheeks as she surrendered to the moment, thinking a final, desperate, never mind, before their lips were supposed to meet. But the expected contact was different. Leon leaned in, but instead of her lips, his mouth found her cheek in a brief, chaste peck.
Rossweisse touched her cheek where his lips had just been, her expression a mix of confusion and lingering embarrassment. She hummed softly, unable to process the whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Leon turned to the vast audience. "That's all I can do, everyone," he called out, trying to de-escalate the situation. However, the crowd was far from satisfied. Shouts erupted from the bleachers as voices demanded more. "Why don't you kiss?" a spectator shouted. This was followed by a rhythmic chant of, "One more kiss, one more kiss." Leon leaned back toward Rossweisse, a shadow of a smirk crossing his face as he whispered a final, infuriating comment. It feels good and relieves stress." Her eyes widened further, her shock curdling into sharp, cold fury at his audacity. "This guy? How dare he use me to relieve his stress? If it wasn't in front of so many people, I would have pinned him to the ground," she seethed internally. The moment of tension was broken by the voice of Walter Wilson. "Thank you very much for the laughter and joy brought to us by this year's model families. Please go down and have a rest. Next up," he announced, gesturing for them to exit. Leon walked out in front of the academy with his family. Rossweisse turned to Noah. "Then we're ready to go. We'll pick you up next weekend. Take care of yourself, Noah." Noah nodded dutifully, her voice small but clear. I will, Mom." Muin clung tightly to Noah, her face scrunched up in a pout. "Muin wants to be with sister," she whined, hugging Noah. Noah patted her head gently. I will miss you," she promised. Then Leon stepped in, his expression turning serious as he began a long list of fatherly advice. "Remember to eat on time and don't be picky about food. Study hard, and if you don't understand something, you can ask me when you come home during the holidays. Oh, and most importantly, if you are sick, you must go to the academy doctor and don't be stubborn." Noah looked up at him with a deadpan and slightly unimpressed expression. "You know, I'm not a kid anymore," she interrupted. Leon didn't miss a beat, gesturing with a thumb toward Rossweisse. "These words were said by your mother when she was drunk. She's embarrassed to tell you in person, so I'm doing it for her," he claimed. Behind him, Rossweisse's face turned bright red as she shouted a flustered, "Nonsense!" Leon's mood changed again as he took a combat-ready stance. "If you meet classmates with bad personalities, stay away from them. But if they dare to bully you, just fight back. Your dad will support you," he warned. Noah looked at him. "Did you do this kind of things when you were in school?" she asked. Leon laughed, telling her that every time after a fight at school, his teacher, her grandfather, would take him home and beat him up. He stood tall and exclaimed, "But don't worry, your dad won't beat you for such a small matter." Noah stared up at him, her eyes burning with a sudden, intense fire of determination. She clenched both her fists, her face set in a mimicry of her father's combativeness. "Yes, I will remember it." Inside the Queen's study at Silver Dragon Castle, Rossweisse leans over a book.
She reads about the blood curse, a forbidden magic that demands the caster's very life as a price. Yet she muses that with some improvements, it could become a fascinating way of playing against Leon. The silence is broken by a sudden movement as Shirley, a trusted maid of the Silver Dragon clan, appears in a kneeling position. Rossweisse looks up from her desk and calmly asks, "Oh, you've already returned from your mission? Is there any information?" Shirley reports that the investigation has yielded no results. Tiger Lawrence and his wife have vanished from the Empire without a trace. Rossweisse stands up from her desk and asks Shirley once more, "Missing?" Shirley explains that the information was erased with surgical precision, leaving her subordinates unable to track them. Rossweisse narrows her eyes, recalling Leon's claim that his master was merely an ordinary old farmer, but she realizes now that the truth is far more complex. She commands Shirley to continue the investigation while ensuring her own safety and to report back immediately if anything is found. Having received her orders, Shirley promptly leaves the study. Leon is on the training grounds teaching little Muin the art of the sword. He swings a branch with practiced strength and encourages his daughter, calling for her to strike as hard as he does. Muin, full of childish enthusiasm, mimics him with a flurry of strikes. While Leon was showing Muin how to swing a sword correctly, their training is interrupted by the arrival of Rossweisse. Muin is the first to notice. Her eyes light up, she drops her guard and exclaims, "Ha, it's Mom!" Leon turns around and welcomes her back. Rossweisse stands with her arms crossed beneath her chest, watching the scene with an attentive gaze.
Muin rushes into Rossweisse's arms, looking up with a wide, joyful smile as she gently pats her head. When Muin is asked if she listened to her father today, Muin proudly declares that she is obedient and has even learned how to hold a sword. Rossweisse smiles down at her daughter, noting that it's not bad, before telling her that dinner, steak specifically, will be ready soon and that she should go change her clothes first. The little girl's eyes sparkle with excitement at the mention of her favorite meal. As Muin skips away toward the castle, singing a happy song about steak and holding hands with Anna, the atmosphere between Leon and Rossweisse shifts. She turns to Leon, but he levels a wooden branch toward her, its tip coming to a dead stop just inches from her throat. Rossweisse remains perfectly still as she asks if Leon is finally determined to attack her, reminding him that pointing a weapon at the Queen in Silver Dragon Castle is treason punishable by death. Leon, holding the branch with a steady hand, retorts that it is just a branch, questioning if she truly considers it a weapon. Rossweisse reminds him that he was once the strongest dragon slayer, and in his hands, even a twig can be a killing tool. Leon sighs and closes his eyes for a moment, lowering the branch, as the tension shifts into a casual bickering. He tells her if she wants to praise him, she should just do it like a normal person instead of being sarcastic. Rossweisse huffs and turns away with a blush of annoyance, denying that she ever praised him. Leon puts his hands behind his head, admitting he wanted to scare her but realizing it's pointless if she isn't afraid, while Rossweisse scoffingly retorts that in his current state, he couldn't hurt her even with a twig. The two eventually sit together on a bench as the sun sets, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Rossweisse mentions that Noah wrote to her, saying she is doing fine and asking them not to worry. Leon is surprised by the briefness of the message, but Rossweisse points out that it is rare for Noah to take the initiative to write back at all. Leon notes that in this regard, Noah is actually very similar to Rossweisse herself, acknowledging the shared stubbornness of the women in his life.
Leon explained that although Noah always has a stern face, making it difficult to understand her thoughts, she's actually very pleasant to get along with, if one finds the right approach. Rossweisse noted that Noah truly admires Leon. Possessing a typical dragon mentality, she respects the strong and yearns for their strength. Now that he has become the gold standard of a great father to emulate in her eyes, Noah is determined to win all the first places in the academy and never show weakness before Leon again. Leon listened in stunned silence.
His former conviction that his daughter saw him as nothing more than a weak nerd instantly collapsed. Rossweisse continued her story, mentioning that even though Noah seemed to avoid Leon after he first woke up, she had actually visited him frequently during his coma, often using the excuse of seeing her sister when. Laughing gently, Leon remarked that this stubborn streak in her character was exactly like Rossweisse's. Rossweisse then shared stories with Leon about how, when his daughters were infants, no one could comfort them when they cried except for him. As soon as they were placed by his side, they would immediately grow calm. It seemed that even before they realized it, blood ties had already bound them together. Leon contemplated the very concept of blood kinship. To him, it seemed strange and foreign. He admitted that he was an orphan who had never known parental love or understood the warmth of family affection. However, his life changed at the age of 5 when he was adopted by his master and his wife. Even though they had no biological connection, they treated him with the same devotion as if he were their own son.
For the first time in his life, Leon understood what it meant to have a home, yet a persistent sense of loss still lingered in his heart. Leon desperately wanted his master and his wife to be his real parents. Sensing his inner turmoil, the master's wife gently placed her hand on his head. She looked down at him with kindness and quietly predicted, "Leon, you will be someone else's father in the future." The young boy looked up at her with wide eyes, full of doubt, and softly whispered, "A dad? Really?" The memory of her words echoed in his mind. Yes, they will be your blood-thicker-than-water family members, whom you will love, protect, and give everything for. Leon suddenly realized that they were now his most cherished family. Suddenly, Rossweisse's voice snapped him out of his reverie, asking what he was daydreaming about and suggesting they head back. Leon jumped slightly, startled, and rubbed the back of his head with an awkward laugh, thanking her for telling him everything and agreeing it was time to go. As they prepared to leave, Rossweisse remained seated on the bench, elegantly extending her bare foot. She looked up at Leon with a sly smirk. He looked back at her, confused by the sudden change in her demeanor. "What?" he asked, blinking in bewilderment. She leaned back slightly, catching his eye, and made a bold request. "Since you want to thank me, please help me put on my shoes." Leon stared at her, completely caught off guard, as he stunnedly squeezed out, unable to grasp the task assigned to him by the silver-haired queen.
The evening sun cast a warm amber glow over Rossweisse as she sat on a park bench. She looked down at Leon, and her voice carried playful yet demanding notes as she asked him to help her put on her shoes. Leon recoiled, his face flushing with indignation, and pointing a finger at her, he declared that washing her feet last time was a request meant to humiliate him, and now he furiously refused, stating he had a sense of dignity. Unmoved by his protest, she planted her foot directly into his face and reminded him of their score from the entrance ceremony, specifically mentioning a kiss. Rossweisse told Leon to stop talking nonsense about his pride and just get to work. Despite his indignation, Leon knelt down to slide the shoe onto her foot. Watching him, Rossweisse noted how quickly he managed the task despite all his complaints. Gritting his teeth, Leon shot back a dry retort, muttering that putting shoes on her was still far easier than trying to shoe a stubborn donkey. The atmosphere shattered instantly as those words stung her. Rossweisse decided to launch a lightning-fast kick. However, Leon reacted instinctively and easily dodged, leaning back onto the grass. "As long as I run fast, you can't hit me," he shouted, running away from her. Trying to suppress her anger, Rossweisse promised in a low voice that his speed wouldn't save him from the trouble waiting for him tonight. A few days later, the day finally arrived for little Noah to return. Leon, together with his family, waited for her arrival. High in the sky above, a dragon appeared. As the Leviathan hovered above, Rossweisse explained its nature. It was a giant, though not particularly powerful dragon, prized for its endurance and stable emotions, serving as the clan's primary transporter. Leon merely looked up skeptically, echoing the words "emotionally stable," just as a brilliant beam of blue light erupted from the dragon's underside and Noah appeared within its glow. She touched down with a bright smile, looking at her mother and exclaiming that she was finally home.
Rossweisse welcomed her returning daughter with a soft expression, but Mune rushed to Noah, hugging her and crying out how much she had missed her sister. When Noah turned her gaze toward Leon, she hesitated while trying to find the words to greet him. Leon thought to himself that her daughter simply wasn't used to calling him father yet. To bridge the silence, he offered a gentle smile and told her he was glad she was back, mentioning that he and her mother had prepared all her favorite dishes. Later, they returned to their palace. Noah showed her family her academic performance with top marks in magic, alchemy, and dragon history. Rossweisse looked at the papers with quiet pride, while Mune stood nearby, admiring how cool her sister was. Noah, clutching her last grade sheet, tried to find the words, but her voice trembled as she apologized, explaining that she had only received 95 points in all-round physical fitness and failed to secure first place. Rossweisse quickly reassured her daughter, telling her there was no need to apologize for such an impressive performance. Mune took her sister's hands, declaring that in her heart, Noah was always the best. Leon watched them, noting to himself that while the mother was stoic and the sister was overly expressive, it was his job as a father to provide the balanced encouragement the girl needed. He leaned in, pointing out that the physical training involved running and heavy lifting against young dragons who were several years older, making it perfectly normal for her to be slightly behind in raw strength. He flipped the sheet over to show her the combat section, where she had won 9 out of 10 matches, the highest winning rate in her class. He told her that while she might not be as physically imposing as the others, her strategy and fighting skills were far superior. Noah listened intently, her expression shifting from gloom to thoughtful curiosity. She mentioned hearing from her mother that he had been the top student in every subject during his school days. Leon laughed sheepishly, admitting that he actually started near the bottom and only reached the top through sheer hard work and perseverance, urging her not to let one small mistake discourage her. Noah looked up at both her parents, her eyes sparkling with a sudden mischievous question. She asked, if Dad is so strong, who would win in a fight between him and Mom? The question hung in the air for only a heartbeat before both parents reacted simultaneously, pointing at their own chests and shouting, "Me!" But a second later, they were glaring fiercely at each other, and neither was willing to yield the title of the strongest in the family. Leon speaks with the unshakable confidence of a man reminiscing about his glory days, claiming that during his combat training, no one could match him in hand-to-hand, weapon, or magic combat. However, Rossweisse reacts with an indignant pout, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she crosses her arms. She retorts sharply, admitting she didn't win as many honors at the academy as he did, but pointedly notes that she was the one who won all the key games. Their bickering escalates into a heated face-off as they shout at one another. She reminds him that she only married him because he couldn't actually defeat her, while he heatedly counters that their 2 daughters, Mune and Noah, only exist because he was the one who lost. Both speak in half-truths, carefully avoiding the embarrassing reality of what actually happened between them. The tension reaches a breaking point, and Leon points toward the exit, challenging her to settle their dispute with a fight outside. Rossweisse doesn't hesitate, matching his energy as they both march out of the room. Behind them, their daughters, Mune and Noah, watch the scene, stunned by their parents' sudden outburst. The girls exchange curious glances, wondering if a real battle is about to unfold, and decide to follow them to see the outcome. Outside, on the spacious training grounds, Leon stretches his arms high above his head to warm up, while Rossweisse stands ready. Sitting with popcorn on a wooden bench, Mune and Noah wait with full anticipation to see how their parents will fight each other. Mune turns to Noah, asking, "Are you also curious to find out who is truly more powerful, Mom or Dad?" In response,
Noah recalls their teacher's words, noting that watching masters compete is a way to hone one's own combat skills. In the center of the training grounds, Rossweisse looks at Leon, questioning if his body has recovered enough to face her. Leon, dropping into a low athletic stance, scoffs at the doubt with a smirk. He simply remarks that opportunities to fight the Silver Dragon Queen are rare, and he fully intends to take advantage of this chance. Rossweisse lifts her hand, offering a wager to raise the stakes. Her eyes narrow with a predatory glint as she lays out the terms. If he wins, she promises not to touch him for an entire month. But if she wins, he must fulfill any request she makes. Leon's eyes widen in realization, his mind immediately racing with suspicion about what kind of demands she might have in store for him. Despite his internal alarm, a spark of competitive fire ignites in his gaze. He focuses intently on the challenge ahead, convincing himself that as long as he emerges victorious, he won't have to worry about whatever scheme she has planned. The prospect of a whole month of peace fills Leon with overwhelming joy. He admits to himself that he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a prize under normal circumstances. With newfound motivation, he points a finger at her and boldly accepts the bet. They stand face to face, the air between them thick with anticipation and competitive spirit, as their eyes lock in a silent vow to give this fight everything they have. The battle is finally ready to begin.
The tension on the training grounds had reached its peak. Leon stood firmly on the ground, while Rossweisse was intensely focused, awaiting his strike. Their daughters watched the upcoming clash. Muin was so engrossed in the spectacle while eating her popcorn that she accidentally knocked over her juice. The moment the juice hit the ground, Leon and Rossweisse lunged at each other in combat. Muin gasped in pure heartbreak, crying out over her lost pineapple juice as the cup hit the sand. But Noah quickly interjected. "Forget it," she exclaimed. The momentary distraction from their parents' fight passed instantly. Leon lunged forward, his body a blur of motion as he delivered a powerful strike with his hand, the air around his arm crackling from the collision of magical forces. Rossweisse moved with fluid grace as she barely managed to block his attack. She watched him closely, her eyes narrowed in appraisal. Leon didn't back down. His movements were rapid and relentless, forcing her to stay on the defensive. He landed low, touching the ground with one hand for balance, ready to spring again. But Rossweisse appeared out of nowhere and tried to strike him in the face with her tail. Leon barely managed to dodge her high-speed attack. When Leon leapt away from her tail, he seized the moment, using his hands to boost his inertia, and suddenly delivered a sharp, sweeping kick with his legs. Rossweisse sprang back. Despite the pressure, she maintained her composure, her eyes tracking his every movement. Rossweisse realized that she had no advantage in physical skills compared to Leon, and it would be better for her to keep her distance. Leon immediately noticed the shift and called out to her. "It seems that Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want to engage in close combat with me," he teased. Unfazed, Rossweisse gathered dragon flames in her palms. As long as I can beat you, it doesn't matter," she retorted, unleashing a volley of fireballs. Massive pillars of fire rained down on Leon, forcing him to run to avoid being burned alive. From her safe vantage point, Muin asked, frowning with worry and clutching her popcorn, "Is Dad going to lose? He keeps running away." Noah shook her head. "Not necessarily. He used pure physical skills to attack and dodge Mom's attacks, while Mom used Dragon Flame to maneuver and pull, looking for opportunities. This shows that Mom doesn't have the confidence to beat him in close combat," she explained calmly. Muin looked at Noah with reverence. "My sister knows so much," she exclaimed. "The teacher explained it in class," Noah replied simply. On the battlefield, the tone shifted. Rossweisse laughed, her voice carrying a playful yet dangerous edge. "Leon, you are very fast. Now try to come to me," she sang out. Leon ran through the flames. "I'm not only fast, but also tough," he shouted back, refusing to let the magical onslaught slow him down.
So what if that's the case? Rossweisse yelled while she poured even more power into her flames. A massive explosion of fire consumed the center of the clearing, sending debris and dust flying high into the air. Leon emerged from the epicenter of the blast, staying low to the ground and charging forward. "Too slow, Rossweisse," Leon roared. Rossweisse gasped, her eyes widening in realization as she watched him close the distance in a heartbeat. This guy used thunder magic to strengthen his body? She thought, stunned by the sheer audacity and skill. Leon surged forward like a bolt of lightning. "No one can take away my 1-month vacation," he began, his voice filled with burning resolve. Leon began to deliver a series of devastating blows, clashing with Rossweisse's attempts to block his strikes. Rossweisse struggled to keep up, the power of his strikes vibrating through her entire body. His magic power has not yet fully recovered, but using thunder magic to strengthen his body to this extent is just absurd, she realized. Clenching her teeth, she looked at him with sudden alarm. "Hurry up. We need to end this fight."
Leon's eyes narrowed, a sharp, predatory glint replacing his former exhaustion. "Found the chance," he declared, the realization of a weakness in her guard fueling his sudden surge of energy. Below him, Rossweisse suddenly leaped back, trying to avoid his attack. But Leon didn't hesitate, closing the distance with a triumphant shout. "I won!" He lunged forward, his fist crackling with magical lightning, while she looked up in sheer shock. From Leon's pressure, Rossweisse lost her balance and suddenly began falling toward the ground. Leon's hand shot forward, not to strike, but to keep her from falling, firmly grasping her slender wrist mid-air. He pulled her close, his other arm wrapping firmly around his waist to pull her flush against him. Rossweisse froze, her breath hitching as the distance between them vanished. She looked at him, unable to tear her eyes away from such care, and her dragon heart began to beat wildly. "Leon," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she stared into his eyes. Leon's face slowly drew closer to hers. He leaned in, intent on a kiss, but suddenly a strange glow erupted between them. "Dragon flame," Leon muttered, his voice dropping low. His eyes widened in genuine panic as the magical fire surged out of control. "Ah, I'm on fire!" he screamed, and the entire romantic atmosphere vanished instantly as he recoiled, swathed in flames.
Huh? Leon blinked, looking down at his chest where the flames were already flickering out. He touched the scorched fabric of his shirt, a look of utter confusion on his face. "It's not very hot," he noted. Behind him, Rossweisse stood with her arms crossed, her flustered expression returning to one of annoyance. "The battle isn't over yet. How can we be distracted?" she chided, trying to reclaim her dignity. Their bickering was interrupted by the high-pitched voice of Muin. "Mom and Dad, who won in the end?" Muin shouted, her voice full of innocent childhood curiosity. Leon sighed, his shoulders slumping as he turned away. "In the end, I was careless and lost this time," he admitted quietly. Rossweisse watched him, her gaze softening as she acknowledged his strength. "I have to admit that you are very strong. Without enchanted armor and weapons, you can resist me using only physical skills. No one before you has ever managed that," she said in a respectful tone. Leon's competitive spirit flickered to life for a second. "Huh, no. If I fight with all my strength, I will definitely be able to defeat you," Leon countered. But she interrupted him. "Well, since you admit defeat, don't forget our bet," she reminded him with a haughty tone. Puff! The sound exploded from Leon's mouth as the sheer danger of losing the bet hit him. The mere mention of it seemed to deal more damage than any dragon's flame. "I forgot about the bet," he groaned inwardly, before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto the sand. His daughters hovered over him in a panic. Muin stared at his unconscious form. "Mom, is Dad dead?" she asked. Rossweisse looked down at the scene, completely unbothered. "It's okay. He just used too much strength and collapsed due to exhaustion. He will recover soon," she reassured them.
Night falls over the Silver Dragon Castle.
casting the massive stone spires and arched windows into deep shades of blue. Tonight, Rossweisse must secure Leon in her bedroom, but in their daughter's room, Leon is desperately seeking salvation from them. With dramatic flair, he wipes a stray tear while giving instructions. Leon charges Noah with looking after the younger Muen while he is gone. He laments their age, noting they're barely over a year old, and wonders how their mother could be so heartless as to separate him from them today. Noah looks at her father with a flat, unimpressed expression, her large blue eyes showing none of the sorrow he is projecting. She bluntly reminds him that he is only going to her mother's room for one night, wondering why he acts as if he is headed to the execution grounds. But Leon recoils, clutching his chest in mock agony, as he argues that a beheading is quick, whereas their mother's torture lasts the entire night. Hearing this, little Muen's eyes light up with a sudden innocent realization. She exclaims with a bright smile that she understands. Mom wants to eat Dad. Muen excitedly explains that she read about how the female mantis eats the male after they marry. Leon looks at her, asking why she seems so happy about the prospect of him being devoured. Suddenly, the door swings open and Rossweisse enters. She tells Leon to stop talking nonsense to their daughters and to quit acting like a victim as if she inspires such terror. Leaning over the bed with a smile, she tells the girls to go to sleep early, claiming she simply has some interesting things to discuss with their father tonight. Noah and Muen lie tucked under their blankets, staring up with wide, curious eyes as they wonder what these interesting things could be. Meanwhile, their mother wastes no more time, grabbing their father by his collar and dragging his panicked, protesting form out of the room. He reaches back toward his daughters, shouting his last words of love until the door shuts and the lights go out. In the darkness, the two girls settle into their pillows. Muen, having seen this scene, asks her sister with a tremble in her voice if their father will be all right. But Noah dismisses the chaos, calling their parents naive adults as she prepares to sleep. Rossweisse dragged the resisting Leon through the castle for a while, finally bringing him into her bedroom. She threw him down nearby and sat in her armchair. She turns her gaze toward Leon and asks if he wants a drink, but he snaps back with a sharp no. Rossweisse stares at him intently, clearly plotting something against him as the heavy silence fills the room.
Rossweisse leaned back in her chair and reminded Leon of his promise to fulfill any request after his defeat. Yet here he was, refusing even a simple sip of wine. But Leon muttered that he simply didn't feel like it. Internally, he gritted his teeth, a desperate mantra echoing in his mind. He had to maintain his sanity and refuse to be led by the nose tonight. Sensing his inner turmoil, Rossweisse's gaze softened with a deceptive kindness as she remarked that she actually hoped he could win this time. Leon looked at her, his eyes wide with confusion at her sudden change in tone. Rossweisse continued, her voice light and tempting, offering a month off as a reward if he could best her, a chance to recover and perhaps make their future encounters more interesting. She leaned forward, the silken fabric of her nightgown shifting as she challenged him with a mocking smile, asking why he didn't just admit defeat right then and there. Leon crossed his arms, his stubbornness flaring as he processed her offer, his silence a shield against her provocation. Leon stood his ground, claiming he had thought of a better way to settle this, but Rossweisse was already moving. With a sudden motion, she tilted her glass, and the red wine spilled out in a slow, deliberate stream. It didn't hit the floor. Instead, it splashed across her chest, staining the pale fabric and her skin with vivid crimson streaks. She laughed, a bright and predatory sound, declaring that what she loved most about him was the way he refused to admit defeat even after losing to her. Leon's breath hitched as he stared, his voice trembling as he asked what she was doing. Rossweisse stepped into his space, her presence overwhelming, and commanded him to drink up. Her chest loomed over his face, droplets of wine splashing down onto his skin. Leon felt his resolve crumbling as he looked at the wine dripping down her. The sight was so overwhelming that it felt as though the world had narrowed down to this single provocative moment. He couldn't resist.
Leon leaned in, his mind hazy as he gave in to her silent invitation. Rossweisse gasped, her back arching slightly as she felt his touch, her hands finding purchase in his hair and on his shoulders. A soft, involuntary moan escaped her lips as Leon touched her erogenous zones. The boundary between captive and captor dissolved in the heat of the moment, leaving only the sharp intake of breath and the frantic beating of hearts. Rossweisse's eyes grew hazy with a mix of desire and erotic ecstasy. Leon asked, his voice falling to a whisper, if that was enough. But Rossweisse only gave a predatory smile, saying that of course it wasn't enough. She reached out, her fingers tilting his chin up, and with a low, authoritative whisper, commanded him to open his mouth. She bit her lip, and a single drop of blood fell from her mouth directly into his. Leon's eyes snapped wide, a flash of pure shock coursing through him as the metallic taste hit his tongue. He recoiled, his hands gripping her shoulders as he shouted, demanding to know what she was doing. Rossweisse didn't answer with words. She simply stared at him with a look of terrifying satisfaction. The realization hit Leon. He staggered back, clutching his chest as a strange, burning sensation began to spread through his veins. He pointed a trembling finger at her, his voice choked with disbelief, asking if she had actually used that forbidden technique on him. Rossweisse laughed, her eyes glowing with an eerie, reddish light that mirrored the sudden, unnatural brilliance in Leon's own eyes. She confirmed his fear. The blood curse, a technique he knew all too well, was now weaving its magic through his very soul.
Leon doubled over, and he gasped out a desperate "why?", his body trembling with the onset of the curse's effects. Rossweisse watched him with cold fascination, explaining that ever since he had used this very technique on her 2 years ago, she had missed the feeling of it. Leon asked with a trembling voice if she knew the true price of such power. She smiled, revealing that she had modified the spell to minimize the damage to her dragon body, retaining only its enchanting effects, a trap designed specifically to ensnare him. Leon's vision blurred, his thoughts dissolving into a scorching heat that consumed his mind. Rossweisse moved closer, her hand resting over his heart, her voice a cruel, melodic whisper. She reminded him that he had always been the one forcing and threatening her, while he looked on with reluctance. Now, she declared, the roles were reversed. She wanted him to coax her like a mad dog and beg for her touch. As Leon collapsed before her, Rossweisse stood tall, a triumphant goddess of the night, announcing that the game was finally beginning for her delicious captive.
Leon knelt before Rossweisse. His heart rate accelerated, and the desire to give in to lust and sexual attraction to Rossweisse only grew. Leon tried to suppress the dragon mark, but it was all in vain. Rossweisse approached closer and looked at him with a triumphant smile, enjoying how the hero was losing control. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a shimmering mirror. With mocking grace, she explained that it was a magic item from the celestial city, capable of recording images, a tool designed to immortalize his current humiliation. Rossweisse forced Leon to look at his own reflection and witness his fall. She pressured him to confess his desires, her voice demanding that he speak his innermost thoughts aloud. Leon's face flushed a deep crimson, his expression a chaotic mix of shame and suppressed attraction. Under the weight of her gaze and the power gripping him, he finally surrendered. His eyes grew hazy as he stammered out a confession, admitting in a trembling voice that he wanted to kiss her. Rossweisse's smirk widened as she relished his vulnerability, demanding he repeat the request even louder so the magic mirror could capture everything. Internal conflict tore through Leon as he desperately tried to reclaim his dignity, shouting that those weren't the words he meant to say. But Rossweisse only laughed, her hand gently cupping his chin, mocking his shattered resolve. She pointed out how easily he had abandoned his principles,
humbly begging for a kiss from the very enemy he was supposed to despise. Leon's eyes remained locked on hers, filled with a mix of fury and powerlessness. When the tension reached its peak, Rossweisse's expression shifted to one of cruel amusement. She pulled back slightly, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper, and flatly refused him, stating with cold delight that she would not grant him the kiss he so desperately craved.
Under the influence of the mark, Leon could not comprehend his own actions. The effect of the curse left him reeling at Rossweisse's refusal. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted violently. With a sharp gasp and a desperate motion, he lunged forward, grabbing her by the shoulders and pulling her close. Rossweisse let out a startled cry, her eyes widening in genuine shock. The force of his lunge sent them both tumbling onto the soft surface of the bed. Leon loomed over her, his breathing heavy and ragged, his shadow casting over her pale skin as he pinned her down to the mattress. Rossweisse lay beneath him, tempted to give in to the very temptation she craved. Yet she decided that for their romantic night to be perfect, she had to torment Leon a little more. She spoke in a teasing tone, saying, "Oh my, how impatient you are, wanting me so badly already." Leon, completely consumed by the blood curse, no longer possessed his own will. He leaned down, his voice thick with primal need, as he told her plainly that he wanted to kiss her, embrace her, and become one with her. As he drew closer, Rossweisse's expression softened into a look of dazed anticipation. In his clouded mind, Leon realized this was how he acted under the curse, driven by a relentless, unquenchable desire that erased his identity as a hero. Rossweisse relished the sight of the mighty Leon finally breaking. She whispered that he had at last reached this day, the day he would fall completely under her power. She reminded him that he was the one who had asked for this, her voice dripping with tenderness. After these words, his last remaining restraint shattered. Leon began to undress Rossweisse, kissing her passionately. Thus, after several long night hours of heavy struggle, morning finally arrived.
Leon woke up and looked at Rossweisse, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. The reality of what had happened during the night hit him instantly. The dragon mark had once again led to his fall. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, overwhelmed by the realization that he had spent the night in the arms of his enemy. Leon sat up, gritting his teeth in frustration. He blamed the blood curse for stripping away his pride and dignity as a dragon slayer, forcing him to beg for intimacy. He looked down at the sleeping Rossweisse, calling her the culprit of his shame. While he was consumed by guilt, she looked completely defenseless and serene in her sleep, unaware of his inner turmoil. Subconsciously, Leon reached out and gently touched her face. As soon as he realized what he was doing, he pulled his hand back in shock, scolding himself. He couldn't understand why his body was acting on its own, or why he felt an impulse to touch her even when the immediate peak of the curse's influence had passed. He tried to justify it to himself, thinking he only wanted to wake her up.
Leon looked down at the sleeping figure of Rossweisse. Leon reached out, his hand gently brushing against her cheek as he spoke in a low, questioning tone, wondering why she hadn't awakened yet, and if the blood curse still held her in its grip. He recalled the mechanics of the spell, how its duration and intensity were tied directly to the physical condition of the caster. When he had first cast it, while on the brink of death, it had plunged him into a 2-year coma. Now, observing Rossweisse's peaceful but unresponsive state, he reasoned that as a healthy dragon queen, her constitution would likely shrug off the effects much faster, predicting she would remain unconscious for only about a week. Leon sat down beside her. He realized that this week-long window was his golden opportunity to escape. His mind raced through the logistics. While an ordinary human couldn't get far in 7 days, he knew that if he could retrieve the black gold armor, everything would change. Moving with determination, he climbed out of the bed and approached a nearby ornate chest. He pulled open a drawer,
revealing a set of keys along with stamina recovery potions and medicinal pills. A confident smile spread across his face as he picked up one of the potions, certain that with these supplies and his full speed, he could make it back to the human realm before she even stirred. Before making his escape, Leon stood in the center of the room and looked at Rossweisse, laughing with a clear, ringing tone. He relished the thought that by the time she finally woke up and discovered his absence, it would be far too late for her to stop him. His laughter rang out, bold and unrestrained, as he celebrated his impending freedom. However, as the echoes died down, the intensity of his mirth began to fade, and a flicker of doubt, or perhaps realization, crossed his face. The laughter slowed into a softer, more reflective "ha," and his expression shifted from arrogant triumph to a more contemplative, slightly strained look as he realized what he was trying to do.
The initial rush of escape was replaced by the sobering memory that it had been 2 full years since he had last set foot in his empire, and he had no idea what state his home was in now. He returned the potion and the keys to the drawer. He reconsidered the risks. There were still too many unanswered questions surrounding his original capture. Going back blindly could be walking straight into a trap, and he realized that a rash move might cost him everything. Leon crossed his arms and rested a hand on his chin, pacing slightly as he weighed his options. He reminded himself that he had already tasked Rossweisse with investigating the current status of his master, and it might be wiser to wait for the information she could provide rather than fleeing into the unknown. His expression softened as his thoughts shifted to something far more important. Looking out from the bedroom window, he saw his children running joyfully after a butterfly. Looking at them, Leon realized with a sudden pang of responsibility that he couldn't simply abandon them now. He looked back toward the bed where Rossweisse lay, and his resolve shifted. With an ironic smile, he admitted to himself that it seemed he would be staying in the Silver Dragon Castle for a while longer after all. A calm, almost serene expression took hold of Leon's features. His eyes were soft but carried a hidden depth of purpose, as he admitted that he hadn't taken his revenge yet. This thought seemed to anchor him to his current path. He took one last look at Rossweisse, her name escaping his lips like a quiet promise that he would definitely settle the score with her.
The morning light filtered softly into Rossweisse's bedchamber, where she lay deep in slumber. At her bedside, Moon peered over the edge of the covers, her expression filled with worry. "Mom, are you okay?" she whispered, noting that her mother had slept the entire day. Behind her stood Leon, looking slightly sheepish. Noah turned her suspicious gaze toward him, demanding to know what had happened the previous night. He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head with a hand, unable to give a straight answer. Noah narrowed her eyes, fixing a skeptical glare on Leon. To deflect her suspicion, Leon quickly fabricated an excuse, claiming they had simply spent the night chatting on the balcony and that perhaps the cold wind had made her ill. Leon turned to Anna, seeking validation for his flimsy story. "Not a big deal, right, Anna?" he asked. Anna remained professional and composed, looking directly at him as she delivered the physician's report. She assured them that the castle physician had examined Her Majesty and found that, aside from a lingering weakness, her condition was normal. Anna continued, explaining that she would personally manage the clan affairs on behalf of the Queen for the next few days, allowing Leon to attend to his own business. Leon agreed readily, looking somewhat relieved to be dismissed. Meanwhile, Moon leaned over her mother and tenderly stroked her hair. "Mommy, please get better soon. Moon will never make you angry again," she pleaded. Leon watched the scene with a thoughtful finger to his chin. He noticed how much Rossweisse was sweating and decided he would wash her body to clean the sweat away. But Noah sensed her father was plotting something regarding her mother and looked at Leon with pure disdain.
Noah's suspicion flared up once more as she confronted Leon directly. "Are you planning to do something while Mom is unconscious?" she asked. Leon leaned down closer to her level.
"Noah, you think too much. Now I just want to take care of your mother," he said. The sincerity in his voice seemed to satisfy the child for the moment, as she admitted that his intent sounded good. Then he suggested they leave to let Rossweisse rest, telling Muin they would return the following day. Muin leaned in for one last farewell, promising her sleeping mother that she would be back tomorrow. As Muin skipped toward the door, she waved back one last time, calling out a cheerful goodnight to her father. He watched her go with a gentle smile, bidding her goodnight in return. Once the heavy doors clicked shut and he was left alone in the silent room, he looked down at the sleeping Rossweisse, contemplating his next move. "Next up," he murmured to himself, the weight of the task ahead settling in. He decided that the first priority was to fetch a basin of water to tend to her fever. Rossweisse remained still as Leon prepared to wash her.
Leon's fingers dipped into the water of the basin, his attention now turning fully to the sleeping Rossweisse. He knew he had to be gentle. "I will wash you personally because I was afraid you might catch a cold. Don't misunderstand me when you wake up," he thought, fabricating a concerned excuse in his mind just in case. With a focused expression, he leaned in and began to meticulously wipe the sweat from Rossweisse's pale skin. As he worked, he noticed something unusual. Rossweisse's signature large tail, which she usually displayed with pride, was nowhere to be seen. Normally, she always shows off her big tail, but now she is so weak that even her tail cannot be shown, he observed silently. Having tended to her immediate needs, Leon stood back, contemplating the next phase. "After wiping your body," he pondered, his gaze lingering on her form, "would it be a good idea to change your clothes as well?" His initial plan to simply care for her was being edged out by a budding idea for a silent, petty prank. He turned away from the bed, approaching the ornate wardrobe. He threw the heavy doors open with a dramatic flourish, revealing a vast collection of the queen's garments. Seeing so many outfits, Leon thought, "There's so many clothes. It's safe to change one according to my preference." He began to pull items off the hangers with a manic energy, but specific items caught his attention. Off-shoulder, low-cut, bow tie, black stockings, he thought, each item fitting a very specific archetype. He found similar styles to replace the clothes he needed, the components of a bunny girl costume quickly taking shape in his hands. But as he finalized the outfit, he realized a critical omission. Noticing that he was still missing the ears, he began to think how to get out of this situation. An ingenious and equally mischievous idea sparked in his mind. He smirked, realization dawning. "Maybe I can braid your hair," he thought. He moved closer to the bed and carefully began to separate sections of her hair, working with surprising dexterity. Within moments, two distinct, upright braids stood tall on either side of her head, perfectly mimicking the missing ears. He stepped back, a flush of pride creeping onto his face, his smug grin widening. "Hee, done!" The visual confirmation of his chaotic genius was complete. Rossweisse lay still, her chest rising and falling evenly in deep sleep. But her appearance had been utterly transformed. On her was a tight-fitting bunny girl costume. Leon stood at the foot of the bed, admiring his handiwork. The reality of what he had just done and the potential consequences began to register. "I didn't expect it to be quite suitable for you," he thought.
Leon stared too long at Rossweisse, and the dragon seal on his chest suddenly flared with a brilliant light. He pulled his shirt collar open in a panic, realizing that this was the worst possible moment for the mark to activate. Swept away by Rossweisse's seductive appearance, he had momentarily forgotten her warning about how the seal worked. Their connection was now unique, and if one felt carnal desire for the other, the pattern would react as a physical manifestation of those hidden thoughts. Panic surged through him as he flailed his arms, desperately trying to drive the images from his mind. Leon berated himself, wondering how he could think of her this way while sober, ultimately blaming it all on the intoxicating sight of Rossweisse in a bunny suit.
To regain his composure, Leon closed his eyes and clasped his hands in a prayer-like gesture, fervently reciting the 3 honors and 3 shames of a dragon slayer. As the solemn words filled his mind, the violet glow on his chest began to fade and dissolve, until he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided a shameful loss of self-control. However, looking over at the sleeping Rossweisse, his eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint. She lay there completely defenseless, and Leon realized that such a rare and compromising moment simply could not be left without attention. Leon remembered that there was a camera hidden somewhere in her room and immediately set about searching for it. Moving with quick, urgent purpose, he began rummaging through the drawers and shelves of the elegantly furnished space. After a moment of frantic searching, his hand brushed against the device he needed. With a triumphant smirk, he pulled out the camera, his eyes gleaming as he realized he finally had the perfect tool in his hands. Hovering over the bed with the camera, Leon gleefully snapped photo after photo, his laughter barely contained as he captured Rossweisse in her vulnerable costumed state. He even went as far as to gently pinch her chin, tilting her face toward the lens while mocking her with a whisper, telling his wife to smile for the camera. Leon was already imagining how he would use these frames for blackmail or simply as a permanent reminder of her shame. For him, this was the perfect revenge. Leon looked at the camera, vowing to keep these dark history shots safe and sound, relishing the power he now held over the formidable Dragon Queen.
Suddenly, a soft moan escaped Rossweisse's lips. Her eyebrows twitched and her eyes began to flutter as she stirred in her sleep. Leon froze instantly, his face contorting into a mask of pure terror. Leon scrambled backward, the camera nearly slipping from his trembling hands, and held his breath, paralyzed by the thought of what she would do if she caught him in the act. A heavy, tense silence filled the room. He stood frozen over her, his heart hammering against his ribs as he watched her settle back into a deep, quiet slumber. Leon let out a long, shaky breath, clutching his heart as he realized it was just a false alarm. Deciding not to push his luck any further, he concluded it was time to change back into his ordinary pajamas and leave, planning to execute the next phase of his revenge the following day. Time skipped forward to the next morning. In the bright hallways of the palace, Moon appeared, running toward Noah. Her voice echoed through the corridor as she cried out for her sister. Noah turned around and asked Moon to speak more slowly and explain what had happened. Gasping for breath, Moon explained that her toy had broken and she had looked everywhere for their father to fix it, but he was nowhere to be found. Noah's gaze grew sharp and her eyes filled with suspicion. A dark thought flashed through her mind as she looked at her distressed little sister. She speculated whether their father had taken advantage of the fact that their mother was unconscious to escape from the castle. Reassuring Moon, Noah took her by the hand and promised that they would find him together. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the sisters' path and seemingly aiding them in their search for their runaway father.
Moon and Noah walked through the castle, searching everywhere for their father. Moon called out as she moved through the corridors, her voice echoing, "Daddy, where are you?" They entered Rossweisse's bedroom, but only saw their mother fast asleep under the covers. "He seems not here," Moon whispered. Then they headed to Leon's bedroom, but he was not there either. The search grew more frantic as Moon checked every corner, even peering into the trash bins. "Daddy," she called out again, her voice echoing into the empty containers. Noah watched from the side, a little shocked by her sister's actions. "How could he be there?" Noah asked her sister, her expression a mix of disbelief and growing concern. Moon stood there with her eyes wide in bewilderment. "I can't find my daddy anywhere. Is he lost?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear as the weight of the empty house pressed down on her. Noah crossed her arms, looking at her younger sister with a cold gaze and an expression that carried a weight far beyond her years. "Moon, some people are very nice, but they will leave sooner or later, just like last time," she said in a firm voice. Moon looked up,
pressing her finger to her lips in deep thought. "Like last time?" she repeated softly. Noah turned away slightly, her eyes narrowing as she pieced the facts together. "If I'm guessing correctly," she murmured. "That man is gone now," Noah declared. She had accepted that their father had abandoned them and run away, leaving them all alone. In her mind, she saw that they might have looked an ideal family on the surface, but in reality, there was a lot of lying going on. It always seemed strange to Noah that a father who had slept for so many years would have run away long ago upon seeing children like them.
Noah's memories drifted back to the day Leon regained consciousness. Instead of joy, his first instinct was flight. Their mother had caught him and brought him back to the mansion without a single word of explanation. Since then, he had remained, but Noah was not fooled by his presence. She remembered how he changed his tactics, becoming overly affectionate, teaching them and acting the part of a devoted parent. But as she looked at his smiling face in her memory, her skepticism only grew. For Noah, love tainted by ulterior motives held no value. She looked at Leon as a man who never truly belonged to their world. Hearing this, tears welled up in Muin's eyes as the meaning of her sister's words sank in. "Wah, Mommy won't wake up, and Dad won't want us anymore," she wailed, clutching her small fists to her chest in grief. "Sister, what should we do in the future?" she asked her sister. Noah reached out and pulled Muin into a firm embrace, her eyes hardening with a dangerous, protective fire. "It's okay. Sister will protect you," she promised in a low, intense voice. Muin buried her face in her sister's shoulder, her sobs turning into a loud, heart-wrenching wail. "Wah! Wah!" Noah held her tight. She looked down at her sister. "Let's do a farewell ceremony for that man," she said.
At the same time, near the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Castle, the air is thick with the scent of cherry blossoms. Leon stands in the middle of this serene landscape, holding a map spread open before him. He murmurs to himself that the scenery is indeed as beautiful as the maid described, confirming that she didn't lie to him. Previously, within the richly decorated halls of the castle, he had questioned Anna about where Rossweisse likes to go. Leon had assured Anna that he simply wanted to take a walk with his wife through her favorite places, concealing his true intentions behind a mask of leisure. Anna offered to send someone to accompany Leon, but he immediately refused, insisting he could manage on his own as long as she simply circled the necessary locations on the map. Now, standing alone in the pink forest, the expression on his face shifts from admiration to a calculating, mischievous smirk. He reflects on how his freedom is usually restricted, and this opportunity to scout the terrain only arose because the female dragon, Rossweisse, is currently unconscious. He considers this the perfect moment for reconnaissance, so he can prepare a fitting surprise for her when she finally wakes up. His eyes gleam with ambition and cunning. He admits that investigating her favorite spots is merely a cover. It is all a vital part of his carefully devised revenge plan. Leon's inner monologue grows more intense as he envisions his goal, to take advantage of the female dragon's weakness upon her awakening. He wants her to suffer the same humiliation she forced upon him in his own hometown. He approaches a massive ancient cherry blossom tree that towers over the landscape and places a hand on the bark, noting with a smirk that this tree is thick enough for his purposes.
Leon looks down at the ground, noticing that the soil isn't quite soft enough for his liking. He decides it would be better to cover the area with flower petals when the time comes to ensure the ambush is perfect. Then he turns toward the horizon, where the magnificent Silver Dragon Castle is visible in the distance. He finds the view satisfactory, adding it to his list of ideal locations. He takes out the map again, noting spots such as Forest Creek, North Cliff, and Golden Grassland. With a brush, he puts a decisive red cross on the cherry blossom forest, officially including it in his list of places for carrying out his revenge. With his preparations complete, Leon wears a confident grin. He rolls up his map,
declaring that everything is ready and all that remains is for Rossweisse to wake up. However, as night falls and Leon returns home, he witnesses a group of maids gathered around a large bonfire. All of them are weeping loudly. Leon looks on, completely baffled by the sudden and intense display of grief. Baffled, Leon approaches one of the weeping maids and asks what is happening and why the courtyard is so lively. The maid, her eyes swimming in tears, explains that the two princesses wanted to hold a funeral and asked the servants to prepare a bonfire. Muin wails loudly, offering the deceased Leon a steak and begging him to come back to them. Muin and Noah continue their mourning, looking genuinely heartbroken as they offer food and prayers to the departed. Leon watches them from a short distance in complete confusion, wondering what could have sparked such a dramatic scene. He assumes they have simply started some new game of make-believe and decides to play along for a moment. He steps forward with a playful smile, startling the maids standing nearby. They jump back in terror, shrieking in shock as they recognize him. "Your Excellency, the prince?" one of them cries out. Leon ignores their panic, his gaze fixed at the elaborate funeral altar his children have built. Leon walks up to his daughters and asks them who they are worshipping. He mentions that his grandfather once taught him how to play the swona, a traditional loud instrument often used at funerals, and jokingly offers to show them how it's done. However, as he gets closer to the altar, his freezes. He looks at the framed portrait sitting amidst the flowers in front of the raging fire. His eyes widen in total shock as he realizes the deceased person in the photo is himself. His face contorts into a shocked, wide-mouthed scream of "Eh? Why?" as he processes the fact that the children are holding a funeral for him while he is standing right behind them. The courtyard of the Grand Silver Dragon Castle was plunged into sudden shock when Leon appeared seemingly from nowhere. The faces of Muin and Noah went pale, and their eyes trembled with disbelief as they saw that their father had indeed returned. Muin's small voice pierced the heavy silence, echoing through the courtyard. "Ah, Daddy shows up." Leon took in the elaborate funeral arrangements with a mixture of confusion and exhaustion. He looked at his daughters. "My dear daughters, I've only been out for one day. Isn't it too hasty to hold a funeral for me now?" Leon noted, trying to make sense of what was happening. But Muin only looked up at him, her large blue eyes filling with tears that threatened to spill over at any second. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice cracking from the overwhelming weight of her joy at his return. The silence broke with a loud sob. "Boo-hoo, Daddy is back," Muin wailed as she lunged forward, burying her face into Leon's waist with a desperate iron grip. Leon flinched, caught off guard by the sheer force of her emotional outburst. Muin looked up, her blue eyes shimmering through a thick veil of tears. "Boo-hoo, I thought Daddy didn't want Muin anymore," she cried. Leon reached down, his large and warm hand gently ruffling her dark hair to soothe her fears. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Daddy not want you?" he asked with a gentle, reassuring smile. Noah stood nearby. "Muin and I looked for you in the castle several times but couldn't find you. I thought you had left," she explained with a mixture of judgment. Leon let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his head as the weight of their concern hit him. "Why would Dad leave? I just went for a walk in the back mountain today." Noah looked down at the box, and a shadow of guilt crossed her face. I had wronged him, she thought to herself, the realization that her dark suspicions were unfounded weighing on her young conscience. Leon eventually gathered Muin into his arms, lifting her off the ground as the surrounding maids watched the reunion in respectful silence. "It's okay, everyone can go home," he announced, signaling the end of the grim misunderstanding.
Muin quickly shifted her focus to the plate of food sitting on the altar. "Daddy, you're back! Can Muin eat your tribute?" she asked. Leon was in shock at the sheer absurdity of the request. Of course," he stammered. Satisfied, The little girl scrambled down and dashed toward the funeral table with a cheerful, "Good!" Leon watched her go, a dry, helpless smile on his face as she happily approached the offering meant for his ghost. "Moen is definitely not like me because she is so greedy," he mused internally. However, Noah remained standing by his side, her expression still deadly serious. "Next time you go out by yourself, remember to tell us," she stated firmly. Noah felt too embarrassed to look her father in the eye. "Moen, she was worried about you," she said softly, acting as a shield for her own feelings by projecting them onto her sister. Leon's expression softened into one of genuine guilt. He raised an arm, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry for making Moen worry," he explained. He watched her closely, noticing the slight blush on her cheeks and the way she avoided eye contact. "This kid clearly looks worried about me but is too embarrassed to say it out loud," he realized, feeling a pang of affection for her guarded, noble nature. Noah turned away, her voice dropping to a low whisper that barely reached his ears. "Anyway, this matter is my fault. I didn't trust you." Overcome with a sudden wave of remorse, Noah bowed her head deeply. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. Leon gasped, his eyes widening in shock at such a sincere apology. Was this farewell ceremony due to her misunderstanding? Obviously, no one would know if she didn't say anything, he thought, his heart aching for the burden she placed on herself. He realized that her precociousness forced her to carry responsibilities far too heavy for a child. Yes, precocious children will always consciously take their share of responsibility and mistakes, but this mistake was ultimately because I failed to give her enough sense of security, Leon mused internally. Noah longs for affection and love, but she won't take the initiative to take a step, Leon realized with painful clarity. He knew that simple words wouldn't be enough to bridge the gap left by her lack of trust. Even if I promise her something now, she probably won't believe me easily. So as her father, I can only slowly prove everything with practical actions. Leon set this goal for himself and clenched his fist, giving a silent, iron vow to be the father they deserved. Reaching out, he placed a firm, comforting hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. "It's okay. Let's go and have dinner together. You have to go to academy tomorrow," he said. Noah looked up at him, still a bit dazed and uncertain. She managed to reply. As they stood there in the cooling night air, he made a final, quiet promise to himself. "I will always be with you."
The next day, inside Rossweisse's bedroom, Rossweisse lay pale and motionless beneath the blankets. Beside her, Moen watched over her with wide, anxious eyes, gripping her small hands tightly in worry. Suddenly, Rossweisse's fingers twitched against the fabric, a sign of returning life, and her eyelids fluttered open. Noticing the flicker of consciousness, Moen leaned in closer. "Nami, you're awake," she cried out. Moen leans over her mother, her vibrant blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Mommy, you've been sleeping all the time. Moen was so worried about you," she whimpers. Rossweisse gazes up at her daughter with a weak, tender smile, her hand reaching out to offer whatever comfort her exhausted body can manage. "I'm sorry to have made you worried, Moen," she whispers. As she lies there, a shadow of realization crosses her face. Her thoughts race as she assesses her condition. Her body feels like lead, completely unresponsive to her will. The immense power she once wielded is gone, and the magic that usually flows through her veins remains silent and stagnant, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Rossweisse rests a hand against her chest, feeling the heavy toll taken on her constitution. She reflects on the blood curse and the backlash she is currently enduring. Under normal circumstances, her resilient body as the Dragon Queen could have withstood these side effects, but she sacrificed that strength to save that guy earlier. Her thoughts turn toward him with a mix of skepticism and weary expectation. Judging by his usual personality, she assumes he would have seized this chance to flee. Turning her gaze slightly toward Moen,
Rossweisse asks how long she has been unconscious. Muen looks up at her with a bright, innocent smile and holds up 2 fingers, chirping back with energetic clarity. 2 days.
Rossweisse's brow furrows as she processes the news, her eyes narrowing in irritation. 2 days is more than enough time for someone to disappear completely. She calculates her next move, thinking that she might still be able to send someone to catch Leon before he gets too far. But her dark thoughts are suddenly shattered by a cheerful, booming voice. Leon bursts into the room, holding up a massive, flapping orange fish by its tail. "Muen, how about fish for dinner? I just caught a big fish in the back hills," he announces. Muen jumps up with pure joy, her eyes sparkling. "Yay! Daddy is awesome, right?" she cheers, while Rossweisse can only stare in stunned, speechless silence, her plans for a manhunt rendered momentarily moot by his unexpected return. Leon approaches the bed and notices that Rossweisse is finally awake. "Yo, you're awake," he says simply. Rossweisse, still propped up against her pillows and clutching the blanket to her chest, glares up at him, her voice trembling with a mix of disbelief. "You? Where were you?" she demands. Leon doesn't flinch. Instead, he gives her a playful wink and a reassuring grin. He gestures toward the massive fish he's carrying, explaining that he simply went to the back hills for some fresh air and decided to catch something to nourish her weakened body. Leon calls her his dear wife with an easy confidence that clearly catches her off guard. Rossweisse's face flushes a deep red, her composure fracturing as she sputters in protest. "Who is your dear—" she starts, unable to even finish before Muen chimes in with a giggle. "Daddy, don't be ashamed," the little girl teases. Leon laughs, ignoring Rossweisse's embarrassment, and turns his attention back to his daughter. He lifts the giant flopping fish and presents it to Muen. "Muen, Daddy will give you a glorious task. Send this fish to the kitchen. Can you do it?" he asks with mock solemnity. Muen stands at attention, pressing a tiny palm to her head in a salute, her eyes wide with pride. Give it to me with confidence, Daddy," she declares. As Muen trots away, dragging the enormous fish, Leon waves her off, reminding her to eat dinner first since he and Mommy have something to settle. The heavy doors close, leaving a thick silence in the bedroom. Rossweisse looks at Leon, her expression shifting from anger to a quiet uncertainty. "I thought you would abandon our daughter and run away while I was unconscious," she admits softly. Leon stops and slightly turns his head. "There are still many things between you and me that have not been settled," he counters, his tone becoming more intimate. "Why would I run away?" Rossweisse's eyes widen, her breath catching. "What's between us?" she asks. Leon leans in closer. His eyes gleam with a dark, recollective mischief. "Remember what you did to me when I just woke up more than a month ago?" he asks. The memory strikes Rossweisse. Her pupils dilate, and her face pales as the realization of his meaning sinks in. "What I did before? Do you mean—" she stammers, her heart racing. Leon's grin widens. "Yes, just as you thought," he confirms, and his intent leaves no room for misunderstanding. Leon stood over Rossweisse as she clutched the sheets to her chest, her voice trembling, but still carrying a trace of her former arrogance, as she warned him not to do anything rash just because she appeared weak. Leon's expression darkened, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. He reminded her of his own past vulnerability, how he had just woken up, parched and fragile when she had carved the dragon pattern onto his skin and forced him down without ever giving him a chance to say no. Rossweisse glared up at him from a mix of fear and defiance. She warned him to consider the consequences of his actions once she recovered her strength, stating that he would surely regret this. Leon leaned in closer, and his voice sounded mocking as he exclaimed, "Regret? Me? No, my dear wife. That will not happen." He dismissed her threats of regret with cold determination, stating that taking control now was the best decision of his life. Then he leaned down and effortlessly lifted her into his arms, ignoring her look of stunned indignation. Leon looked down at Rossweisse in his arms with a triumphant glint in his eyes,
telling her that it was finally her turn to be a prisoner of war. Carrying her far, far away from the castle, they arrived at the cherry blossom forest on the back hill. He walked with her through the drifting petals, the moonlight silvering their path. Rossweisse struggled against his grip, her voice breaking into a desperate demand for him to let her go, but Leon only tightened his hold, warning her to stay still unless she wanted to fall. Rossweisse's teeth remained gritted in frustration as she looked away, her thoughts burning with the desire to beat him to the ground if only her strength had returned. Eventually, Leon reached a massive, ancient tree that towered over the landscape. He set her down gently but firmly on the soft earth beneath the canopy. She sat there, looking vulnerable, and demanded to know why he had brought her to this specific place.
Leon explained that while she was unconscious, he had scouted the locations she frequented, and this would be their first stop of the night. Rossweisse's gaze narrowed, her suspicion growing as she asked if he intended to take her elsewhere. Leon turned slightly, pointing toward the horizon. He told her to look closely, identifying her own home, and noted that from this vantage point, they had a perfect, unobstructed view of her pride and joy. Then Leon began to unfasten the collar of his shirt. He spoke with cold sharpness, declaring that the principle of paying others back in kind was not exclusive to dragons, mirroring the very magic she had once used to bind him. Rossweisse's eyes widened in genuine shock as the mark on her own chest began to resonate and glow in response to Leon's dragon mark. Rossweisse collapsed back onto the blanket, unable to resist the dragon mark. Leon knelt over her, his expression a mask of calm, calculated retribution. He remarked that despite being human, he possessed a powerful sense of ritual and revenge. Grabbing her chin, he forced her to look toward the distant castle again. He spoke into her ear, telling her to look carefully at the source of her pride and dignity, emphasizing that while her power was tied to that place, she was now entirely within his reach. Rossweisse's eyes filled with tears of indignation and helplessness as Leon loomed over her, his fingers brushing against her face. He asked her how it felt to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer, reminding her that she had inflicted all of this upon him before. With a sudden shove,
Rossweisse did not want to give Leon the chance to defile her, and in a final act of resistance as he began to remove her underwear, she used her tail. Leon's eyes widened in surprise, his breath catching as her tail tightened around him with unexpected force. He looked down, wondering how she still possessed such strength in her weakened state. Rossweisse's eyes took on a predatory gleam, and her expression shifted from submission to a fierce, vengeful glare. She told him to enjoy his control while it lasted, promising that her revenge would be far more brutal than anything he could imagine. Despite the crushing grip of the tail, Leon's fear was short-lived. He looked into her shining eyes and told her not to speak of the future, as he was a man who lived only in the present. Tearing off her panties, Leon exclaimed, "Well then, hold on, Queen, the night will be long and fun." While Rossweisse absorbed Leon's wrath all night long, morning eventually arrived.
Morning light filled Rossweisse's bedroom, and the heavy lavender duvet was cast aside. Leon collapsed onto the mattress with a heavy, long exhale. Carrying Rossweisse and the long night of retribution had completely worn him out, leaving him utterly exhausted. Leon lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, his mind drifting over the night's improbable course. A tired grin touched his lips as he thought about how exhausted he was after toying with her across so many different places. His gaze slid sideways to Rossweisse. She looked quite satisfied, sleeping so soundly after absorbing his anger all night long. Yet as he watched her, a sudden, cold thought cut through his amusement, and the smile vanished. Wait, satisfied? Hadn't he come here for revenge? Leon thought. He squeezed his eyes shut and grit his teeth,
trying to force the rationalizations into place, to feel the proper weight of retribution. The thought that it was impossible and that Rossweisse had just fully experienced the humiliation of being pinned down by the dragon slayer she despised the most, and that had to count for something. Anyway, despite the twisted outcome, his revenge was undeniably successful this time. Leon decided he needed to return to his own room before the maids arrived. They weren't in a relationship where they could sleep in the same bed until dawn, after all.
Leon's determination to leave wavered instantly as Rossweisse, still deep in sleep, stirred and let out a soft, pained whisper. The single word, cold, reached his ears. He looked down, genuine surprise flashing across his face as her smaller, delicate hand sought his, pulling it toward her as if guided by an unconscious instinct to find warmth. For a long, silent moment, he just stared, his mind struggling against the natural pull of the scene, warning him not to be fooled again, that any softness from her was likely a trap. The warning pulsed in his mind, don't be fooled again. But then another logic, simpler and undeniable, asserted itself, telling him that it would be warmer to stay here than to go back and lie on the cold bed in his own room. His resistance crumbled. He didn't just let his hand stay, he reached out with his other hand and carefully pulled the lavender duvet up, covering her shoulders. Leon settled back down against the pillows. A small, genuine smile finally returned as they lay side by side.
If you enjoyed these 30 chapters of Manhwa recaps made by me, then the continuation will appear right here on the channel. So I hope you didn't get bored, and I'll see you in the next video. Love you guys. Hugs and kisses.